welcome, welcome. Hope you're all doing well today. As you can see, I just ranked up to Nirvana. That's nice. We're gonna quickly do. Oh, there's a new web event. For a new Stigmata. Okay. Well, I hope that's not super time limited, because we are going to quickly clear my stamina, do my dailies and stuff. And then we can get on towards the story, which I have been putting off for so long. I just have not been able to find the time to do so with the release of Zenless Zone Zero. And hopefully get some loose ends tied together in part 2, because so far we've just been making more and more of them. Let's see. First day of the week. Grab our stuff here. Still working on that Ellie. Turn my light on. There we go. Make sure we have just game volume here. Doing my chores real quick. I think I did not actually clear this. Yeah. Oh my god, I'm running out of boosters. Need that next spending event to hit so I can get more boosters. Burned all of our stamina, so let's get into it. Part 2, Chapter 3, A Crime Foretold starts now. Hopefully I don't have any like time gates or anything. Alrighty. So we have the Shadow Calamity is impacting, let's say, Langqiu. What do you feel when you stare up into the light? Do you well up with a longing, or suddenly realize your insignificance? So this is... Oh, I did Chapter 2 so long ago. This would be after the lantern fight-ish. I actually don't remember very well what exactly happened in the lantern fight. Or after we fought Lantern. At this moment, at least for this girl, the answer was not complicated.
太爷，咱们这是成功了。这座伪物本就是大业已成的明证。
This is
你方才的疑问，
I assume?
还是改为陈述比较合适。 咱就是想帮灯姐再确认一下嘛。
你自己忍不住就算了，没必要拿我当借口。
伪物啊！
So they're all here.
虽说外形
Okay.
有些不够品味，但单论实用性，
What is the
它
ordeal
的
they're
确值
talking
得换来
about?
几声劫后余生。
但愿如此。
Oh my god, Lito's voice.
利托说：“这种时候就别再说些苦大仇深的话啦。从今天起，欧夏再不必担心影子的侵染，郎秋也找到了自己的生存之道。无论如何，咱们
Yeah,
都没有
this is the
让明
past.
海和白羽的悲剧重演。”
Osha will no longer worry about the taint of shadows, for Langqiu has found its own path toward survival. We have ensured that the tragedy of Minghai and Bai Yi will not repeat itself no matter
别
what.
说窥探，流芳百一试也不为过吧？
在知晓了在场诸位的本质后，却依然执着地认为我等所行之事可称大义。你的欺瞒，倒是已入化境。
瞧你说的。白叔叔，如果你有什么……
First of the seven Shu, and still had not uttered so much as a word to break the stagnant air. The shadow beneath the anchor and instead turned towards Songqian.
师傅，
Even though the girl considered herself well versed in human nature, she found his countenance inscrutable at this moment. But perhaps the same could be said for herself. Back to the present.
抱歉。
Good morning.
怎么是琥珀切？咱刚刚不是还在和灯姐对峙吗？对啊，之前师傅突然出现，然后
Oh, right. Baiji popped up after we were, while we were fighting Lantern and like.
也许白吉认为各位还债的时间已经到了。
Hello, perception.
"看来在这100年间，你还做了许多连我也不知道的。嘿，你可别空坑无人清白啊！咱顶多是被你吓到了而已。反正，在别人背后突然讲话的坏习惯，决议你得改改。不过，既然师傅出手，那小色拉和瑟利姆之前突然不……的确是他将……那徐梦者他们呢？ 的确如此，对于这里，那还真是可惜啊。
Oh, she
没能看
cares.
见咱认真起来的风姿，他无论如何，在白吉的干预下。 名义上的此般结果虽然喜人，过程却实在难称文雅。特白吉极了。
白吉极了。little bit of a pun there.
哎呀，那么大一团影球，就算是真正的神明见了，也……但绝大多数的郎丘，难道决一觉得他们应该抱作一团，痛哭不止，让这球球再大上几分？ 至少也不该像现在这样决一， 咱们是不过，
白吉为我们预留了一些自由。
唉，不行不行。走啦，咱们还是学老样子，搭个伴呗。
Going around talking to the residents with perception in tow.
松雀大师，松雀大师，笔电
这次不会又有……
这次
然后把这张合影贴在墙。
啊，对对，哎呀，不对，我就是想记录一下。
既然那就多拍几张吧。
哎呦，只贴墙也太浪费了。
妙手，嘿嘿嘿，做生意这……哎呀。 啊，是松雀大师，这孩子平时一见咱就紧绷小脸。好说好说，你问吧。
您能不能替我向那位？您有没有兴趣和我们信实钟表行合作，推出一款带有灯组织特色的？这
拒绝什么呀？而且你瞧，七叔这会儿都在，事先说好啊。
But they know. All the residents
既然是咱给你们
know
店提
that
供了财
the
路，
seven shoes are
新买的
around
那一
now.
款，你可一定要做的比
Interesting. Oh, I'm pressing F because in Zenless it's F.
将天上的鹰。
这松雀姐姐，就是你在围棋时常说的那句。我必须纠正一下，那是环环，不是坏坏。
More like
既然
wordplay.
大家这么想听
Chinese
咱来
wordplay
一
that
句也
doesn't
没
quite
什
get
么
the point across.
不过，光看还不行，你们可得把这句牢记于心。若是往后有谁问起，都得大声告诉他们。这可是欺瞒之术，松雀大师的口诀。好，郎丘环环，应其听之，急急如律令。决议，你好歹发个光，意思意思嘛。郎丘环环，应其听之，急急如律令。
Try.
咱上次这么受欢迎，都不知道什么时候的事了。就算是借了师傅的东风，狐假虎威，能在这种时候重新体验一回。
Sounds like the fucking dog.
原来你更喜欢这样的姿势，
Sarah?
多多。
Oh. Hi.
嗨，小色拉，还有托尼戈尔。
难道没人教过你进门前要先敲门吗？真没礼貌！
但这里并非你的家，多尼哥。
你说什么？
多多，吵架不对，让哥哥替你打架也不对哦。
和你说了多少遍？他是影坛力量的巨献，是迅死盗徒的
Sarah
旗帜。
sounds a lot like
用
little
这种过家
Grisay.
家的名字喊他。
Oh, I hope so. I mean, I already thought chapters 1 and 2, like, I mean, chapter 1 was obviously very slow, but we were just being introduced to, like, a whole new area, a whole new, like, cast of characters. So I think it's, like, it's hard for anything to really happen when you're dealing with that much information. And then chapter 2, there's a lot of setup, I guess, and we got a lot of characters kind of fleshed out. So now that the plot is starting to move with like the shadow, the pool of shadows,
多尼戈尔的哥哥
it's exciting.
这个名字，
The end of chapter 2 is a little bit fuzzy in my head because I did it so long ago. Normally I pick up the Honkai HI3rd chapters right as they drop. But I was like really busy when chapter 3 dropped and then Zenless launched, or Wuthering Waves launched and then Zenless launched. So definitely a little bit of a content overload, but we're finally getting around to it. So unfortunately that means chapter 2 is like not super clear in my head, but we'll see if I have to like go back and remember anything.
谁想要了？
如果希娜在场，她肯定会说你有驯狗的天赋。
松雀姐姐和色姐姐真是心有灵犀。色姐姐刚刚也这么夸我。
Yeah, I haven't seen I haven't like looked at any content, so I don't know exactly how long it's going to take. But if I can get through it in one sitting, I will.
可能和我说的意思不太一样。咱们还是跳过这个话题，聊聊瑟利姆小姐吧。小色拉，瑟利姆小姐推荐的甜品一定很好吃吧？
好吃。
Oh,
松
Tongsha
雀
is
姐
actually
姐要
very
吃吗？
perceptive.
虽说甜品都装在另一个胃里，但在
可色姐姐说过，
色
如果在
姐姐
店里碰到小雀子，就赏她一杯。吃完之后，
8
带
hours.
她来
Okay,
彩丝找我。
thank you.
所以，瑟利姆小姐
I
是
might
怕
be
你
too
嫌
streams.
才丝无聊，才会让你带多尼戈
We'll see.
尔来这里打发时间吗？
I have a lot of time.
是的，色姐姐目前还没有离开彩丝的打算。
我才不吃别人的口
So
水
we're。having some slice of life with the Shus here,
多多，
which is fun.
松雀姐姐最讨厌浪费食物的人，而我不想被松雀姐姐讨厌。
就这一次啊？
Yeah,
好吧，好吧，小色拉都这么说了
the。Songcha voice
咱
lines
再
in
客气，
Chinese
就
though
是咱的不是了。
are really good. So I try not to
况
skip
且
hers.
能和三两好
'Cause
友
if they're, like,
同吃
really
甜
long,
品，共
then I
话
might
日
not.
常，这可是郎丘十乐之一呢。
Two of them with a gadget and a dog. So it's all kind of being like brushed aside, sort of, right now.
接下来
Like no
是
one
不是
is
该找瑟
talking
利姆小姐
about.
会合啦？
There's like no one acknowledging its existence even. So right off the bat, it's a little bit unsettling.
色姐姐和我约定，
那咱们就快点出
松雀姐姐，书上说
啊！可咱们也来不及
上
买
去
水了呀。
Hiccuping.
多尼戈尔，你
哦
再啧，小心我！
It's Thelma.
瑟利姆小姐，咱没来迟吧？
时间卡得刚刚好。
I will be taking screenshots of Thelma scenes.
那就好。
但下不为例，小雀子。
啊？
色姐姐的意思是，从礼节的角度考量，卡点到就意味着你不
咱下次一定提前到，不是随叫随到。
随叫随到. Haven't heard that one before. That's good.
这比我还像狗呢。
Wait, I need the dialogue in that screenshot. Oh god, the zoom.
所以
That's good.
瑟利姆小姐找我
This is good. This is good.
没事了，你可以
Bark
走
bark
了。
woof woof. Thelma.
色姐姐的意思是，她刚刚已经完成了对你的量体夺身，所以尽管愉悦吧，你很快就会有新衣服穿了。
Seraphim is
Sola.
Thelma's translator, I guess.
色姐姐的意思是，我要把嘴巴闭上了。
那咱就不打扰你们啦。
决议
It's fun.
有没有坦诚的说？嘘，你是飘着说话不腰疼，这要是被瑟利姆小姐听到了，挨训的可是咱。哎，等等，这样一说，咱是不是应该把唯一有可能泄露消息的多多先治一治？在治他之前，我建议你先离开这里，毕竟……你这小狗！哎，罢了罢了，咱先找个安全的地儿避一避吧。
Oh, they're just gone. Okay.
送去。
Oh. Oh. Hi, Lantern.
灯姐，
灯姐。
送去。这一次，你不打算跑吗？
Oh, the lantern side eye is really good.
琥珀街可是咱的地盘，大家又盼着七树处理天上那个黑黢黢的球球，咱要是怕你怕的满街乱跑，害得那颗球无端做大，那也太丢脸了。咱好歹也是七蛮之树，当然要有树的气魄。
Yeah, this is weird.
不是，你，我时常会思考一个问题：为什么人类总是对……那个，灯姐，你应该不会只是为了问问题，才在桥下蹲咱吧？这个给你，味道和咱们10几年前常吃的那款差不多。啊
Over a decade ago.
灯姐，如果你喜欢这糖，虽说这半年来我个人的确负债累累，但请你无论如何，今时今，所以灯姐才现在想来，大家好好的聚在一起，也只有100年前的那一次了。这还真是。
No one else other than Songsha has mentioned the time frame or the catastrophe. It was very strange.
令人感慨。
啊？
宋雀，你曾问过为师，站在毛前有何种感觉？那时我未有厘清想法，只能沉默以对。但此刻，他已拂去彷徨的迷雾，径自来到我。是的，面对你口中的唯物，我不曾向往，也从不自轻。我只是渐渐意识到一件事。
Okay, what is going on now?
抱歉，为了狼丘的存续，为了仍然在这片土地上挣扎的人们，我必须杀死你。
Okay.
我们果然还是回廊丘吧。
Over on the other side, Senna, Dreamseeker, and
赞成。
friends.
赫拉利也觉得异常事件的提示音滴滴答答响个不停，不全是因为这个。老实说，我们静观其变的时间已经太久。
Oshia, meanwhile.
可欧夏受影子侵蚀的现状依旧没有任何好转。 再说，我们不见得非得遵照一个初次见面的人的话行事，哪怕那个人是松雀的师傅。是啊，虽然他态度和你们甚至连一句再见都没能和松雀说。
如果松雀醒来发现我，
哪止失落啊，可不得伤心死了。
伤心。
你就这么肯定？这可是同伴之间的心灵感应。
同伴吗？于情而言，我不该对七树的关系有过多揣测。可迫切的追猎，虚焰的独断，那究竟出自难以言明的好心，还是行将破？当然，与欧夏的未来相比，我刚
这样看，我们无论如何都得再去一次廊丘。
Oh, continuity error. Delama is not actually in Oshia City.
跟着我。
All memories of Moonshell. Back to the anchor.
希娜，还是拜托你了。
好嘞，看我的吧。
They're not going to be able to get through.
怎么没反应？你用力拍2下试试。末日之矛也不是老式电器吧？但大力总会出奇迹。那我拍了。恰到好处的样子。
Did it work? Oh, ended up
怎么
somewhere
只到了
else.
数据之海？是不是我刚才应该多拍几下？你们看那边。
既然是影子，这他本就不希望我们干涉廊丘的事。
那么问题来了，那是寒武纪535，不过现在也用不着它。所谓此地原理还是和你之前提到的能量梯度。如今我们已经了解，因此，我们只要逆流而上，就一定能柳暗花明。
Corley's expression.
大家要跟上啊！
速战速决吧。
打靶时间，包在我身上，你会喜欢的。吧嗒，爆！空中接力，走你！
At least this team's a little bit of fun to play.
比起之前追小狗那次，那位师傅好像也没打算刻意为难我们。
我想，他与多尼戈尔的立场还是有很大差别。
来吧，走你！火力出击，蓄能完毕。
Oh, Corley can suck them down onto the ground. I didn't know that. Oh, can't jump over the wall.
希纳迪亚正在接近目标。
Still very suspicious to me that no one in Langqiu other than Songchue and I guess Baiji like, acknowledge the threat at all.
看起来，这里就是源头了。打靶时间，速战速决，逃不掉了，在那别动。喂，看这里，交给我吧。别！
Now what? Oh.
果然，
Now we can see him moving through the world?
如今，我竟连玉影一事，即便功于造物，也终要但愿他们能让那些孩子知难而退。无论如何，唯有行遍付出，名为人心的幽冥之海。
The crux of the world's problems. Surface from the murky waters called human nature.
现在想来，所谓的仪式，似乎100年之前，若非利托斯特现身，我绝无可能在今世今世。我们也必须还债。
We must pay our debts. So something they did 100 years ago to keep Osha City alive is causing all of this. We're still not really sure what they did.
Oh. 看来这末日之矛还真有点像一个老旧的电器。
Senadino is very intuitive. Especially when it comes to moving through the Sea of Quanta.
我们用力拍它2下，虽然掉进了数据之海，掉进数据之海，恐怕是因为松雀的师傅从中作梗吧。如果这么说，那电器的比喻可就不对了。我还挺期待末日之矛有没有在幕后连接着显像管和液晶屏，或者漫画书也行。就是那种，哈哈哈，没想到吧？你们其实生活在一个故事里。
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for being here, no matter if you're looking or not.
这听上去还真可怕。
Senadina's face is very expressive.
发散性的话题先放一放吧。
Senadina and Coralie especially, I noticed. It's like Senadina, Songchue, and Coralie. Very expressive
既然我们
faces.
是为了搞清七术的目的而来，而松雀的师傅刚刚也提到某种仪式，那我们还是抓紧打听一下松雀的去向比较好。俗话说，夜长梦多，
那倒没什么必要。喏。
Why is she in different clothes?
人不就在那里吗？
Oh, have we
在做什么？
have we moved to a different like timeline or something? Or hello?
愿赌服输，愿赌。我没有那么多。
咱刚刚也没说你输了就要把全部家当都给咱呀。喏，做这一行还是要有点良心。是，这还差不多。
Oh yeah, I mean the Taishuan arc is. I felt like it was a little bit short, like from the setup to the payoff, sort of, or maybe to the reveal, let's say. But I think that's just kind of like, maybe now like tempered by Genshin and Starveil in particular. Is like, I think we've just come to accept that you don't know some things. So it feels like, especially in Honkai Impact 3rd, within an arc sometimes there's a mystery and then a reveal, all set up, all like kind of enclosed within an arc. That being like the whole, like the truth of Sentience's existence, let's say. which I think that's what makes the arcs individually very memorable. But it's just like, if I think back about it, it's like we still don't know in Star Rail like what's a Stellaron, you know what I mean. And it's just like kind of we just take it as fact that we don't know, whereas in Honkai Impact 3rd everything does get explained roughly within the arc is introduced. Yeah, that's true. That's why I said it feels like going back and watching people play them. It's like it feels like everything moves so fast, but it's because they're not dealing with like, you know, like 6 years of previous stuff, or like with the entire universe and it's like ramifications. It's just this person's going around blowing shit up, and that's bad. But it's like the minute writing of the characters that makes the Honkai Impact 3rd arcs really work well. I think it's so much of what makes the Honkai Impact 3rd story really good is that it's very, very character centric and not so much like world building. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, like, none of that first little section with Songche just going around meeting the Shu, like talking with the other Shus, is ultimately consequential, but I think it matters a lot for it to be there because it humanizes everyone.
希娜，你们怎么？那还不是担心你吗？谁叫你师傅上来就弄晕了你？
我们没有怪罪他的意思，只是
担心咱，
Why are you in your old outfit?
不是咱有意帮师傅说好话呀，但你们真不能在廊丘久留。七树接下来要举行的仪式确实会彻底终结欧夏的危机，但与此相对，廊丘的末日之矛这一次也将彻底停滞，再也无法启动。
Outfit change a little suspicious.
万一你们没能及时离开，可就得一直留在廊丘了。
We have to get out
这种理由
of Langqiu
他完全可以在
before
初次见面时直接挑明。
this ritual thing happens.
毕竟我们也不是什么恶魔，从立场上看，甚至算得上他的同伴。 用决议的话说，师傅
没关系，我们回来的首要目的其实也就是确认你的安全。说起来，觉他怎么没和你在一起？
啊，决议嫌这块人多，说是要自己待会儿，为仪式做准备。那仪式具体什么时候开始呢？ 咱也说不清。
我还
怎么？难道你不想和咱再多相处一段时间？哎呀，别这么说嘛，我们当然愿意，对吧？
这道别的机会，本身就是大家一起争取来的。
The opportunity to say goodbye is something we all fought for. Oh, suddenly a very, very nice line. Yeah, like this is a really strong one-liner. And I've started to kind of like just keep like write down. I keep my notebook in. Wow, I dripped my condensation from my coffee everywhere. So just like random notes in this notebook, and then like one-liners and quotes in this one, just for my own reference.
想不到你们这么舍不得，在离开之前，咱必须然大伙儿缘分未尽，那就更不能留下。
Corley will always be my favorite.
那个。
Oh, there you go. Okay, they are commenting on the outfit. That's good.
毕竟以你的性格而言，
This is a new
穿这
pose
身
for
逛
Corley.
街确实有点反常。
I don't think the pose quite matches her tone, but we'll deal with it.
那还不是因为灯姐给咱的漂亮衣服弄了，咱已经拜托才斯的简妮特小姐处理了。
Battle damage. I see.
跟着我。
I won't walk around as Velma because it looks kind of weird.
咱们到啦。考虑到时间，咱们可能没有坐下来慢慢吃甜，不如大家把自己的口味跟咱报一报，咱根据经验帮你们挑。那就帮我带一杯店里卖的最好说。
我偏好清淡的饮品，克拉丽就不一样了，她有些重口。哦，我是说她比较喜欢咸的东
They
西。
know each other well.
是的，麻烦你了，松雀。
那么寻梦者呢？
I'll have your favorite.
为什么？
琥珀街可是我们松雀大师的地盘，跟着大师的喜好选，肯定没错吧？
你还挺会说话的哈。总之，大家就在这里，不要走动。
In Chinese, she doesn't say you know how to lift spirits. It's more like a general like. You're a smooth talker, something like that.
怎么了，克拉丽？你们没觉得松雀有哪里很奇怪吗？
Yes, Corley.
为什么这么说？
如果你经常用的水杯摔碎了，但你又想立刻喝水，你会怎么做？
我会直接用饭碗来接水喝。
没错，如果常用的东西坏了，我们一般都会选择最容易找到的替代物。但你觉得，在什么情况下？ 人会把自己许多年前的衣服翻出来再穿上。
Okay, good. So it's not a coincidence.
在某些值得纪念的，
难道仪式是某种类似节日、生日的？希娜，
希娜，松雀刚才说，这可是我们能待在廊丘的最后一段时间了。你要是在打瞌睡中度过，
这样就清醒多了。询问者，你待会儿要是还看到我犯困，就狠狠。
你呀。
She was just asleep. This is a cute scene.
呀，笑得这么开。
That gulping noise.
哼哼，看大家的反。总之，各位朋友。 廊丘石乐中人气最高的一乐。
Oh, the weird like mist around the edge of the screen
只
is
要上
back.
街，谁都忍不住来一局的翻翻乐。
翻翻乐 ，flip and win.
出发了。
哟，松雀大师，
老许，咱的朋友，所以。 你能不能卖咱一个面子，去掉薄？
嗨，您评。简而言之，在大家面前的10张牌里，有1张金色牌，2张如果抽到金紫蓝牌，我会给予各位对应稀有度的小奖品。
要是我们一开始就抽，
那就再来。我看看啊。 克拉丽小姐和赫利亚小姐都抽到了蓝，接下来就 真可惜。
果然嘛。对了，松雀，你要不要也来？
好啊，咱也来凑个热闹。是黑的呢。
嗨，松雀大师之前可没少出。
是啊，从另一个角度看，这反而是一次
There's
新奇的体验。
definitely something off with her voice.
虽然这局已经作废，但能
决议，
我一直在这附近。
我金色卡牌，决议，
你们毕竟已经替我，如果这样还不能取胜，
决议，这。那么到目前为止，咱吃在廊丘的优先度这么低吗？不瞒你说，当然了，如果
没关系，我们不怎么。
我没困，真的。
Why is Senna sleepy all of a sudden? 啊。
咱们接下来要去的地方可是琥珀界的代表性建筑哦。
Don't talk to Granny 松雀。
会遇到什么有趣？
这里风景确实是，站在这里，能把小镇的全貌一览无余。
This is a flag and a half.
吹风的确不太容易犯。
松雀，
咱这就来。
松雀，
没什么，咱是第一次但看到大家的状态。
Oh, the soundtrack. Oh, stab in the gut.
坦诚的说，从这桥
有种
然也。说到舞台，咱就不得不提一个，
当然
你可不准说
我很想
听。
你未免太实诚了吧？
我没想到这一层。
不过，这个故事呀，要从很久以前说起。那时，欧夏和廊丘尚未分离，而故事的主角
Songchue's past,
也还没有得到
I
自己的。
assume.
打从记事起，
Yeah.
女孩就一直在一座灰沉沉的孤儿院生活。那座孤儿院不大，总共也就2层楼，却容纳了100多个无家可归的孩子。在这样的环境里，除了他们自己，任何东西都充满了吸引力。
Yeah, that song always hits you.
书籍是奢侈品，一顿带肉的晚餐更是强
And
者
this
的
is like
专
the
属。
flashback song too. I've heard people complain that we don't get much new music, but I think because they've used the same tracks in the same situations for so long that it's kind of like a cheap move. It's like a low blow. How do I say it? I mean, it is for sure, partially at least, a cost-saving measure, but it works, and that's why they do it, right? Because we already have the connotation of the song stuck in our heads if you've played the previous story, so using it kind of you know what you're getting into as soon as the song plays.
也就是说，孤儿院的
A
孩
dog
子们
eat
从小
dog
就学
world.
会了竞争，想玩的自己争，想吃的自己抢。如果有谁不满，那就用很不巧，女孩那时还不够机灵，她没有什么好的办法，却
Challenge
固
the
执的
child
总要挑战那些
despots.
手握糕点、霸占玩具的孩子王。 所以他理所当然的遭到了排挤。这种人，不过那个时候，即便每日都在咀嚼难以下咽的剩饭，清洗衣服上总也弄不干净的鞋印，他仍旧心怀希望，期待生活能在自己的乐观中迎来转机。
This is a very common theme across a lot of the Honkai Impact 3rd cast. It's like the almost like stupid optimism.
在一次演出活动的筹备会上，女孩竟然抽到了扮演反派公主的纸条。可就是在那个瞬间，她突然体会到了一种前所未有的。
没想到这人还挺喜欢演坏蛋。
其实也没有啦。只是尽管那是一个没人愿意抢着演的反派，但女孩也相信，这样的不知为什么，她就是相信自己会被上。即便在相信的同时，因为她只是需要幻想，一个幻想破灭了，还会有下一个幻想。不如说，那个演出的机会反而是她所有幻想中最接近真实的一个。毕竟公主的衣服是真的会闪闪发光。而在某个特定的时间和空间里，她也真的会穿上这样的衣服，成为一个比任何人都要体面的存在。
The voice actor's delivery here is suddenly it's very different from the normal Songchue. It's like she has a bit more rumble.
当然，更
It's
重
like
要
she's
的是，
speaking with authority
这
all of a
次根
sudden.
本不会有人
Whereas
和她争
previously
抢。
she's very, very
这
like
提供了幻
lighthearted.
想最重要的土壤。
最重要的土壤。
当然，更重要的是，这次根本不会有人和她争抢。这提供了幻想最重要的土壤。
重要的土壤。
就像多年以后，他会见到很多人，他们幻想自己会死在一张温暖的床上，亲朋好友都围绕在自己身边，一生了无遗憾。是啊，一切至少应该如此。只要那天晚上没有停电。
哦 ，unlucky。
啊，停电，这也太……
谁知道呢？毕竟在那个年代，家家都……说不定，它就是和面包片沾满果酱的那一面突然掉在地上一样，倒霉而又俗气。
Unlucky in a mundane way。
只是因为它出现在女孩在舞台上开口，自然，那时的女孩还不可能意识到这一点。是不是她登台的时机不对？是不是她踩到了什么不该踩的？无论如何，作为这个故事的结束，他捏着不属于自己的公主裙的裙角，在灯光重新亮起，也从此成为了一名骗子。
She stole this dress and ran off.
宋缺，
嗨，咱还开开心心的，你这么低落干嘛？作为说故事的人，咱可以向你保证，女孩已经找到了她的答案。就算没有舞台和公主裙，也有人愿意为了见她而来。
哦，
所以出于感动，也同样为了纪念， 那个女孩拜托咱，想让咱把与公主裙相称的皇冠送给她的朋友，作为临别的礼物。
Yeah, I mean, it's really good. It's really good.
不知道她愿不愿意收下？
这太珍贵了，
你要是不收，咱这桩生意可就黄了呀！你不会这么狠心吧？
我愿意，谢谢。
这还差不多。
虽然现在气氛很好，但我姑且还是问一下，为什么灯现在反而成了不敢靠近我们的人
？Oh, shy lantern. It's like someone should have found another group of people like the Shus for her. After presumably like 100 years being on her own.
些许归根结底，他以一种与自身死亡观
He
相应
died
的
in a
方
way
式
that
死去。
corresponded to his view of death. To his view
没
of
有
death.
多少人能做。
就是。
She no longer had the mental capacity to think about others.
能麻烦你再重复一次吗？刚才我们在聊什么来着？
It's kind of funny.
是阿杰塔曾向我提起过的一位锻造大师
，Forge Master。
与彼时的安和，他誉满天下。即便只是就阿杰塔的性质而言，
所以呢？
所以，阿杰塔开始有，无论是出于什么目的，人们即便生性温良。 他们如同正用绳索牵着一只太过强壮的猎。
Give someone a sword and they want to use it.
你是指过去的灯组织，还是正在利用离？
或许两者皆有，也或许我只是想借机怪罪琥珀界大恐慌尚未爆发时，那个初次接触黄道性之环的自己。
提起这个，既然你确信廊丘的异状源自那几位外来者携带的星之环。 又为什么仅仅让他们一走了之？这不像是你过去的作风。
诚然，即使出于无心，但我的确不应该刚。或许由我说出这番话，显得自以为是了些。但在你看来，
虽然我也没什么资格，
我不是一个惯于弄险的人。或许正是因为我了解自己。
I trust myself too much.
无论是哪一个，
你就不能改改自己和别人交谈的方式吗？
Lantern is the Sushang of the group, a meathead who just wants things explained simply.
没其他事的话，我先动身了。 之前在那些外来者身上浪费了太多时间。
Trying to figure out what's going on with Vegeta.
总要有人去做些什么。何况，也得有人去追回那个叛徒。
叛逃吗？这我倒是并不赞成。不过，既然此刻我们能做的唯有等待，也只能怕。
之后再会吧。
Head to where Vegeta is sleeping. Oh. The Astral Ring's power is revitalizing again.
又开始自作主张的躁动了。时间到，爆炸，上路。
Okay, I can't sprint around. I have to. It just tells me to dodge.
该做点什么了。
Up we go.
该做点什么了。战斗时获取影射。
Astral Ring's power is revitalizing again.
是不是一直
We just keep going up, or?
是不是一直
Oh, this way.
敌人还没有出现吗？该做点什么了。
And there's that orb in the sky.
该做点什么了。不够快，上路！时间到，爆炸！
Now there's the orb on the
这里的
ground.
练习还没有收束起来吗？看来他也才刚刚通过这里。留意每一处地形。战斗
What is this rift? Where does it go? Oh. The cause of Vegeta's death. I'm gonna go check out the body again. What is Tony Goa doing here?
怪了，怎么除了那些怪物，就他的味道一直没散掉？难不成他没事还要回来看？果然，他肯定就……
The fuck? He's blind.
你好啊。怎么？虽说之前没流露出什么迹象，但在仪式开始之前，
灯姐这可就误会，和利托斯特那会儿又不一样。我只是……
等会儿，我现在可没被绝封住啊，有什么好怕的？跟你又有什么关系？今时不同往日，现在的我可是……
在这等着。
Got some pest extermination to do.
不够快。今时不同往日，然后呢？
He's scared of her. A composed
今时
lantern.
不同往日，您这是来这边？
我想再调查一下阿杰塔，找你只是说这么说来。
结论？
关于阿杰塔。
啊，妥妥的没。
是谁都看得出来。
那我可没注意，我压根就不想来这儿。是利托斯特的力量。
隐谈吗？
当然，灯姐刚才解决的那些，比起数据之……
这家伙的意思是，异常与来自隐坛的力量。再确认一下现场吧。多尼戈尔
The
看起
anomaly
来
has something to do with the pool of shadows power, but is not related to itself. Huh?
这家伙的意思是，
异常与来自影坛的力量有关，但又与他自己无关。这家伙的意思是，异常与来自影坛的力量有关，但又与他自己无关。
I think it's supposed to be the anomaly has something to do with the pool of shadows power. The power, but is not related to the pool of shadows itself. I think that's what that is trying to get at. Alright, just keep looking around. Or just look at her, I guess.
无论如何，阿杰塔，他根本不像是我们当中会最先死去的那个人。的确没有任何伤痕，没有中毒或窒息的迹象。果然，
你们还有完没完？
该做点什么了。虽然微乎其微，但的确比之前略微强大了一些。他有可能是阿杰塔留下的守卫者。轮到我了，起跑！上路！是离职。
What is going on?
但我不想浪费那么多时间。我从白洁那里听说过你的事，所以你确定？
那当然，自己的东西被人偷，
那样最好。走吧，跟我去接。带着施主更有说服力。你不是正在调查是谁在擅自使用？
不过，灯姐你也知道，你该不会是带我去树敌？
树敌？那有什么关系吗？
我还以为你要说不是呢。
现在还说不好，不可能第一个死去的人。走吧。或许长久以来，所谓的绝，其实就是阿杰他本人。
什么
？Okay. This is like the like the Alpha Elysia thing, where the little mascot has been the real person all along. And this ties into her one of the anecdotes about Ajita that I read before, where she said she's like splitting her soul essentially up into lots of different pieces and putting them into objects, hence the name Shu of gadgets. So her real body is here, but she's not dead. Her consciousness is just in a whole bunch of different things.
Yeah,
so you combine, you put all the artifacts together and she's like alive again.
但也可能。
等会儿，刚才你是什么意思？绝
Yeah.
压根就是阿
So
杰塔。
like we have some ends tying together. It's good. This is good.
到了目的地再说。
It's like if you read her anecdotes, you'd know that this is something that she was planning to do all the way back 100 years plus ago.
走啦走啦，琥珀街能逛的地儿还多着呢。
A little smiley some shit.
如果不是
Now
这附近
everyone's
我们已
sleepy.
经
Oh,
路过了
hi
6
Lantern.
次，
Hi
你的
dog.
话或许还有点说服力。
This kind of scene is always so funny. Lantern is just standing emoji in the back.
果然还在。那
别过去。
哦，
我们不是要找人吗？找他们打听打听。
我说了，别过去。这种时候不要打扰他了。
Oh, that's cute. That's cute as fuck.
有什么打扰的？只不过是……
哦，倒也是。只是出现在他面前，我们就够拜的幸。那，邓姐，你的决定还和100年前一样吗？关于那个人的生死。
And Lantern was the one that Ajito was speaking to in the anecdote. Oh, Coralie has noticed them.
虽然现在气氛很好，但我姑且还是问一下，为什么灯
Okay, we're
现在反
back
而
in the
成了不
present.
敢靠
Okay,
近
a
你们的
little bit,
人？
little
对他
tiny,
来说
tiny
我
flashback.
们现在仍然是不受欢迎的客人吧？甚至
如果是那样，按照之前的经验来看，现在我们应该正被枪指着才对。
看来在我们离开的这段时间里，
They don't want to spoil the day for Songchue. That's all it is. I'm pretty sure. That's because they care about her.
虽说麻烦了些，大家伙儿都和咱一样好客。要不是我，反而觉得你招待的太多了。
不是有廊丘石乐吗？按你的计划，这应该也才刚开始。
嘿嘿，各位就瞧好吧，今儿个的行程，咱走之前，保准各位把琥珀街的懂了，抢救性考古发掘。
No. That's not what I meant to play.
这比起见证历史，我们还是更像在领略异国他乡的风物吧。至少在松雀面前。
得，真要这么说下去，咱可真得露怯了。不如大家旁边这家老字号，100多年咱都没吃腻。
四号，
我倒是无所谓。这，看，来，
Something is wrong with Senna. Still.
这也没到过节的时候啊。是他呀。难不成？
Is this like someone of note? The actor. Hi.
哎呀，这不是啊，大师，您这是？
咱随倒是你，之前给你哦，是他。
这不是全仰仗您的啊，松雀大师。
得，用不着遮遮掩掩，这都是咱的朋友。之前咱还寻思，你是不是要开家新店？
这个呀，不过虽说没到什么节日，可对咱们廊丘看着琥珀街热热闹闹，
哼，我就知道，哦，倒是挺会拍马屁的。
拍马屁。
在下况且。 虽说在松雀大师面前有，也只能有到了庆典正式开始的那时候啊。
到时候成，咱向来喜欢烟火气，不过你先。
Like planning a festival or something. Oh.
到了。哦，竟然没人排着，还真是运气不错呢。
Senna's actually just asleep.
先等咱一会儿，一点心意，马上就给大家置办好。
啊，虽说之前就有预感，不过，还真是那家在欧夏也仍然存在的老字号吗？这样说来，
来了，嘿，多亏咱提前打了招呼，不然这个点儿一准吃不上新鲜出炉的了。虽说是老牌子，但这么多年了，可没少推陈出新。
Ah. My ultra wide ratio is causing the top of Songchue's head to get cut off.
他们家最近琢磨出的新糕点，咱一早就想来尝尝了。唉，要不是身子最近重了些。
懂了，你不想只有自己会胖。
The only one. Who's the other one?
这么说也成，但咱
这么说来，赫利亚那份也给我吧。他总是念叨着体质什么的，得多体谅一下他。就把他和决疑分到一组吧。
喂，克拉丽，我也不是什么时候都那样说吧。
很抱歉，事实上，如果有需要，我也可。不过，看起来倒的确和欧夏不太一样。应该说完全不同。
嗨，这才哪儿到哪儿呀！
不过说到这个，虽然是为了彻底解决欧夏的离恶实相，
谁知道呢？嗨，说不准再过个100年，师傅他们兴许能找到标本兼治的法子。
Oshia City and Langqiu are gonna become completely separate.
哎，这么想想，寻梦者，在你走之前，咱还有事相求呢。
我，
是呀。你看啊，咱多少也算个谜。听你陈
的确，只要稍有，虽说存在于记载中的你，
The recorded
实
version
在
of
是
you
有些
is
不一
completely
样。
对
different.
啦，咱最怕的，现在你也亲眼见着人了，能不能
Oh, that's good.
帮咱如实道来？
当然，这也算是陈学姐布置给我的作业之一。
他是说让你添油加醋。
嘘，倒也没都说树活一层皮，人活一口气。
可是欧夏关于你的记载已经
那些呀，唉，乍一看倒是挺……你看呐，咱们也认识这么久了，其实
I don't
我
really
根
know
本
how
不
to
怎么会
deceive
骗人
people.
呀。
你们，
哎，总而言之，
这恐怕很难给出定论吧。而且你刚才说
那个，你看，我还是很……好像没说。
但就算这么说，讨人喜欢
啊，好像越扯越远了。
That's true. I really could use some sesame balls. I haven't had a dim sum in general for a very long time.
哎呀，
It's one of those like things that
就是想替你们来一
you
句，
just like
你现
don't
在
go
就已经
out
够讨
and
人
get
喜欢了。
unless you're like with a big group, right? And I don't have many friends and family in town.
看来你确实不怎么会骗人。
Senna's been just nodding off in the background for like the past 15 minutes.
不过，我们差不多也该去其他地方了吧？我还想看看有什么别的东西可以玩，考察一下。
哼，放100个心吧。怎么说也是咱待了100多年的地儿。
Oh, what's going on with her
哪能这么容易就
cheek?
逛遍呢？
Hello? You see that? This here? Something's wrong. Oh yeah, that's not looking good. Are her eyes changing color? Something's wrong here.
走了走了，希娜。
She's passing out. Oh, the music changed.
好啊好啊，接下来去哪儿？
希娜，你这是？
怎么都这副表情呀？ 我有什么不对
Her
劲的地
voice is
方吗？
very different too. Sweat. No amount of energy can last forever.
怎么啦？我这是
哦，
希娜，
绝，快来搭把手！这好端端的，怎么突然决议？难不成希娜也
恐怕并非如此。倘若与廊桥的影子有关，即使不经过我的
这种纹路，寻梦者，对于从数据之海中凭空诞生的人来说，这应该不是什么通病吧
What does that have anything? What does that have to do with it? Sea of data.
不，我也是第一次见到。
克拉里，你也注意到了吗？
虽然可能性不算大，这都很像所谓崩坏并不出现的纹路。可如果这样说，难道地球和火星？还是先不讨论这个了。绝有什么好办法吗？还是说，我们更应该立刻把他带回欧夏？
抱歉，我甚至难以知晓症
No
结。
one knows what's going on.
最初向你进行自我介绍时，我已经说过，我的无所不能，并当然，考虑到事态紧急，如果各位需要请求帮助，我当然也可以暂时放下等价交换的便利。
对对对，决议，什么病也好，识相。师傅，仔细想想，登在第一，
既然没什么，也说不定情况根本和我们。
如果你们达成了一致，就带上那位小姑娘到这边来吧。
We're gonna go. We're gonna take Senadina over to Baiji. Oh. Oh, it's because I have Senna on my team. It's not actually because. It's not like story is Senadina. I was like, she just got up and is walking around.
这师傅他老人家呢？
这就是我刚才提到过的。事实上，以白吉所掌握的力，
决议，这种时候，
可是，应该没有什么事，能比现在的情况更让松雀姐姐感到痛苦吧？
松雀姐姐，
松雀姐姐？
那是瑟利姆的声音。
瑟利姆小姐的情况并不重要。
Huh? It was Thelma's voice, but it like Thelma wouldn't call Songchue Jie. That means it's not just Miss Songchue. Songchue Jie is like is Jie. I mean, I guess casually you could call someone Miss, but Jie means big sis.
考虑到廊丘正
Kind of
在
like
发生的事，
in
在大
Japanese.
多数情况下找到了一位数。无论如何，
So they're just trying to look for the shoe.
逛逛街吧。
The boys.
但为什么你不会有类似的经历呢？
我恐怕是偏偏仅有虚焰的果报，限于开端，而非终结。
我还是听不懂。
This doesn't sound like Thelma.
那
Not
也
her
就
way
是
of
说，
speech, at least.
现在也还没有过去，对吧？
She's like her. She sounds like she's way younger. Like it's as if like Serapeum is speaking through Thelma's body, right here. Okay, yeah. Like I thought. Huh? Huh? My god, I didn't realize I had to like refresh my browser source for my chat to show up. Admire yourself in the mirror. Yeah, it's Seraphea. Oh, what is this droopy ass walk? Whoa. At least I assume it's Seraphim. Don fine garments and weave silk threads to attend a promised feast. Tread the thorns and gravel warily, for any oversight may lead you into a despairing abyss. Now, when you look in the mirror, which version of yourself do you see? Wobbly camera. What is the key to domination? Take a guess. What the fuck is going on?
那么，什么才能被称为真正的贵族？直面恐惧，随心所欲。
Confronting fears and doing as you please. Oh my god.
所以，怎样才能享受极致的乐趣？恐惧必须向我俯首称臣。我来了，色姐姐。索拉。啊，对不起，色姐姐，我这就让你起来。抱歉，太久没见到色姐姐。 书虫们像我一样开心，我刚才想让他们安静一点，就没有办法陪伴色姐姐。我的小色拉，小心。好，我记住了，色姐姐。真乖，谢谢色姐姐。现在。 只要我们距离足够近，我就可以帮助你更好。担心有趣，当然有趣了。织就华服的双手被穿针引线，一使护从的贵族也任人摆布。还有比丈量无数锦衣的我，更适合成为人台的存在吗
？Is there anyone more suitable than I who has measured countless splendid clothes to be the mannequin? Exquisite dresses can be devoured by insects, and elegant forms will crumble to dust, but only Union will allow the smile on her lips to remain her own.
这种支配的感受，我虽目睹无数，却又无从亲历。
So Thelema is like willingly submitting to Serapeum's union?
没想到在大厦将倾的时刻，我竟然还能……只是话虽如此。 如果不是小色拉，而是换作他人，即便我只剩下2根指头能动。
Invisible threads hung high. The Dominion changed sides. She gazed at the clumsy gestures of the swaying figure, at every movement that didn't belong to her, and found herself unable to suppress her laughter. Until a small hand clenched tightly onto hers. Even though it was not the action she expected, at this moment, Thelema truly felt their connection.
你在做什么呢，我的小色拉？
抱歉，色姐姐，我不是聪明的孩子。
Oh,
但如果我们更近一点，或许我就
I
能
don't
与
know
你
what's the
心意
meaning
相
of
通。
Thelema's, like, what is this? Like ribbon thing glowing like this. It's very striking.
我不明白你刚刚说的话，所以不知道该怎样回应你。
是啊，即使这副身躯现在由你掌控，但我的思想依然属于自己。就是不知道这最后的自我何时会被褫夺。既然你不了解我的想法，又为什么让我做出这样的举动？
我
People always gave Thelema the opportunity to see through their true selves and grasp their fears because of their inconsistency, their appearance not matching their emotions. But in her eyes, Seraphim was different. So innocent and pure were her desires that one could see through them at a glance.
让我猜猜看。
Sarah wanted to comfort me.
我希望色姐姐可以感觉好一点。
Is it true that fear is like a cough, poverty, or love? Something that can never be concealed. When Thelema discovered that she gradually lost control of her body after that strange shadow sphere came into being, she did feel lost and helpless for a while. Amorphous face. Fortunately, this young lady had the gift to tame these feelings of terror. By now, the girl's gentle words made her furrow her brow.
觉得我需要安慰。
是我。
Everyone.
大家的想法。
are my thoughts.
原来在他们眼中，我差点忘了，不为身体所累，毕竟无聊。
因为大家需要用劳作维持生活。
是啊，他们不必劳烦四肢。可是，再华美的舞步也有疲倦的时刻，再有趣的游戏，而我呢？ 不必为躯体束缚，也无需困厄于存在之中，却能享受到这份不言而喻、永不停息。还有什么比这更配称作
Thelema considers this feeling of not being burdened down by her body to be a form of pleasure. He laughed with delight, savoring this extraordinarily novel pleasure. The girl beside glanced at her, tilted her head in thought for a moment, and then relaxed her grip on their intertwined hands.
极致的享乐。
是啊，瑟拉真是个聪明的好孩子。别忘了，就像利托斯特，或许也包括多尼戈尔。作为树，我们注定要将那份禀赋发挥到极致。
让树的禀赋发挥到极致，是白姬叔叔送给大家的礼物吗？
礼物使殉死者命运深固，令享乐者亲历极乐。
Stardust crystals. Is this her astral ring? Thelema instinctively touched the trinket on her wrist where fragments of stardust crystals were stored. Before she could once again realize her inability, the girl by her side had already taken care of everything.
如果接过它时，命路的终幕，
但是，如果没有白吉叔叔的礼物，我就不能帮助更多人实现更多的愿望。
One of the files. Okay. I'm not sure if it's one of the ones I've read already. Oh, it's over here now. Because I was planning to do, if you check the description, I've done like audiobook things for all of the 7 Shus. I am missing a couple of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What is this? 5, 10, 11 of them I have still not done yet. Yeah. And I do remember Thelema and Serapium having an interaction in one of the anecdotes. But it's hazy in my mind. I don't remember exactly what goes on. The Lantern and Ajita one was very clear to me for some reason. But the Thelema and Serapeum one is not. And the Honkai Narrated series has kind of stalled. I've been really busy. But I do plan on reviving it very soon. I'm sure that after playing Chapter 3, after finishing Chapter 3, I will have more motivation to complete it. 11 more. There's probably like two or three more episodes, depending on their individual length.
你要是这么说，那也的确如此。
If you put it that way, then it's true.
让树一字不差地得偿所愿。白吉的造物给我提供了许多消遣的对象。
Yeah, I'll definitely go back and read through them
合我的
again.
心意。
而且，白吉叔叔将它交给我们的时候，应该也没有想到，帮助一个人实现愿望，也意味
Is
着
this talking about
帮助他
Ajita
作
this
茧
time?
自缚。
So Baiji is the one who gave all of them an astral ring, or at least like a fabricated one, as far as I can tell. That like he if I remember from chapter 2, when Senadina activated it, they said something about it being like a true one. It's like a simulation of an astral ring or something.
将禀赋发挥到
To
极致，
maximize one's talent is
也
also
意
to
味着以
confine
自己
oneself
所
to
困
the
诱的
only
道路
path.
做极。
所以，沉睡不能解决痛苦，
但是，至少可以拖延时间。
It's an
虽然与
escape.
此同
Sleeping
时，
and
每件事都在向着绝
closing
望
your
的境
eyes
地
is an escape.
激
She understood that since her eyes that had pried for 100 years were waiting for this moment. So yeah, it's something like a cost for what they did 100 years ago.
白吉，
That
100
thing
年
you
前做
chose
的那
not
些
to
事
do.，
以及那件你选择不去做的事，今日的你，对他
Do
们
you
可曾
regret
心
them?
存后悔？
Oh. The counterfeit. Okay, yeah. So it's not a real astral ring. And I assume the ones that Senadina, Helia, and Coralie have are real ones. Given by the cocoon of Unwoven. Oh, the little hazy
得到
border
礼
is
物的
back.
那一天，
Oh.
我们恰好经历着与庶民完全相反的事情。
This is that one piece of art that they teased the 7 Shus with at the very beginning of part 2.
殉死者屠戮，享乐者受苦。因为拥有与庶民截然不同的开始，所以我们得到这份礼物。而最终，这份赠礼会让我们收获与庶民
We
完全
had
一致的
beginnings that were
结局。
diametrically opposite to what we now represent. Which is that why Songche can't lie worth a damn?
想得到什么，
Oh.
就必先付出等量的代价。
Okay.
还真是公平的等价交换
The
呢。
law of equivalent exchange. Oh, it all comes back. It always comes back around. The concept of the shadows being this like you give up something to get something, and they should be of equal value of some sort. In the Fear Gatherings case, it was a fear, and the bigger and stronger the fear, the more the more you got back from the Fear Gathering. So in this case, it's their like even their like their innermost desire. They have to like give up, or they have to be something that is opposite to what they want. That's interesting.
如果得到礼物的那一天，大家都在经历与庶民相反的事，那色姐姐
It's really good because MiHoYo does this a lot, where there's like this like common theme that it's not necessarily always present in the story, but they kind of like ease you into it. There's a little bit of like a hint here, a hint there about a certain concept that that kind of pervades the entire arc. And one thing that I noted a lot about was in Starvale, the Penacony arc is like this whole underlying message of like what is the meaning of existence, the whole theme of nihility and the ultimately the humanism that comes from this like acceptance in nihility. And first you get the whole Kevin's like Welt and Akron interaction, where he was talking about, or he relays Kevin's message, or Kevin's philosophy of like, why do birds fly? And then Aventurine's arc, his chapter is like, why do we live just to die? And then Firefly's entire character deals with that philosophy as well. So all of the major characters in the arc of Penacony, here and there, they start off really, really small and localized. Just the Welt and Acheron thing, it seemed to have no influence on the rest of the arc, or on the rest of the chapter. That in that chapter, that was 2.1, maybe was it 2.0 or 2.1? But I don't remember. But just a small portion. It was like a half hour of a conversation, and then it's not dealt with the rest of the chapter. And then you have Robin and Sunday, and then you have Aventurine, and you have Firefly, and like the theme starts really small. They build the scaffolding, and then they slowly kind of introduce you to the different ways you can approach this fundamental question of like, what is the meaning of what is self-worth? What does this mean? And then they use different characters' perspectives to kind of build this whole building. Each character contributes a part of the scaffolding, a piece of the puzzle, and then at the end of the arc, suddenly you have the entire cast is tackling this particular issue. And I think they've kind of slowly been doing that with part 2.
是孤独
Loneliness.
不是的，色姐姐。那天我与许多乡亲们站
And
在
it
一
feels
起，
so fragmented at
大
first
家
because it
和我
is.
手拉着手，
But as you approach the
所以
end of the arc,
我一点也不孤
suddenly
独
the reason
对
why
吧？
things are presented to you becomes more clear. And it's just kind of like, I guess it's a shame, if you can call it that Honkai Impact 3rd's chapters are are placed so far apart from each other. That it's hard to kind of experience the arc all together unless you're playing it after the fact. It's just the way the update cycle has to be. Humans are inherently lonely, whether in a crowd or in the universe. This is what she thought, but did not give voice to.
是啊，我差点忘了。 我的小色拉与乡亲们站在一起，怎么会孤独呢？
怎么会孤独呢？ There's this whole theme of sacrifice that seems to be absolutely pervasive in part 2. And I think that's that kind of the unifying thread that everything eventually connects to. And I'm just wondering, where does it all lead? Because we still kind of don't know what this ritual entails. There's the sacrifice of Langqiu to prop up Oxia City. There's like the individual sacrifices the Shus have all made. This kind of the law of equivalent exchange that seems to be here. Again, it's like when you're playing through it the first time, when I play through part 1 chapter 1, part 2 chapter 1, part 2 chapter 2, it feels very disjointed because you're thrust into this world and you don't really know what's going on. There's this kind of like underlying conflict. There wasn't really even a conflict. It's just things are going wrong for seemingly no reason. And slowly you kind of get this kind of vibe because and ultimately the thing that's interesting is that Latoast is the Shu of sacrifice, if I recall correctly. Let me double check that. Yes. And he seems to be kind of at the heart of all of this. And the fact that sacrifice is this kind of underlying, this undercurrent that everything leads back to is so interesting because of his title as the Shu of sacrifice. So what did he sacrifice to have that title? Because from what we've read here, on the day we received the gift, whatever that happens to be, we were going through events that were diametrically opposite to our titles. Songque is a terrible liar. Thelema was in despair. Presumably, Seraphim was lonely, but apparently maybe that wasn't the case. Humans are inherently lonely. This is what she thought, but did not give voice to. If you want something, you must first pay an equivalent price. Yeah, this theme of sacrifice is just suddenly you think back to what all the stuff that happened in part 1, in chapter 1 and in chapter 2, and suddenly it all, you have it. Suddenly it all makes sense why those things were presented to you.
所以不用再担心了，四姐姐。如果得到礼物的那一天，我们并非都在做与庶民相反的事，那大家一定会有不一样的结局。
Yeah, I mean, you can find it everywhere, even in part 1, but I'm just saying, like, I think in particular, this first arc of part 2, that this is kind of the central theme. Whereas each of the arcs, I would say, have a slightly different theme. This first one, everything ties back to the Pool of Shadows, this idea of offering up one thing in exchange for the other. It's all there. It's all based on this sacrifice, the sacrifice of the 7 Shus, the sacrifice of Langqiu to prop up Oxia City. Each of their individual sacrifices is suddenly all of the stuff that happens in chapter 1 and in chapter 1 and 2 are more clear because we finally have this answer for what ties all of these events together. if on the day we received the gift, and again, this gift is still something that we are not very clear on, but I think that just the theme being there makes it suddenly very, very satisfying. I think satisfying is the right way to put it. The events that happened in chapter 1 and chapter 2, and obviously, like, in the moment, when you play through chapter 1 and you don't know what goes on in chapters 2 and in chapters 2 and 3, you feel like, wow, this is really draggy. I don't really know how this will lead to ultimately some sort of conclusion. Like, what does this have to do with Mars? And what does this have to do with Oshia City? And what does this have to do with the Dream Seeker and everyone? And now that we have this kind of confirmation of sorts of the theme, it's very clear why those things were there. Even if they, in a very objective sense, don't have anything to do with the conclusion of the arc, which I'm still far from, I assume. It's, again, like the Welt and Acheron thing in Starvale. It's just setting the player up in terms of how do you think about this problem. It's just setting you up to understand. Again, building the scaffolding, because the scaffolding is something that you will eventually take down. It's not ultimately consequential for the building process. Like when you're building an apartment building or whatever, when you're in the construction process, you have to build the scaffolding first. It's something that's going to disappear once the building is complete. It's something that's ultimately irrelevant, but it has to be there to build on. And that's what a lot of that first chapter is. It's like a philosophical, ideological scaffolding, so that going into chapters 2 and 3, you're more likely to understand, and you're set up for success. At least if you're like really, really reading into the intent of everything. The gift and the price.
但礼物与代价的戏码，
out
从我们醒来之后
since we woke
却
up.
也在一刻不停的持续上演。所以，白吉，他才会急不可耐的想要促成仪式。他可能也想以此验证自己是否后悔。
Whether or not he regrets it himself.
我知道了，纳瑟姐姐的选择是。嘘，以我现在的样子，真要做那件事，恐怕还需要别人来代劳呢。
I still don't exactly know what they're doing, but it kind of, it doesn't matter at this point, because at least for me, it doesn't matter what this is actually leading to, because I feel very gratified, let's say, that they've tied the philosophically tied up the reasoning behind certain things in the past.
可我还没有成为别人手中工具的爱好，更没有为一个护从思考的兴趣。
Talking about 松雀。
我明白了，可是大家说了许多话，我不明白。没关系，小色拉，你只需要自己做出选择。至少，殉死者生死，享乐者享乐。猜猜看，下一个，灯姐姐。 他会怎样？
The lantern, the destruction will
先把这件
destroy.
事告诉他。嗯，该说不愧是我的小色拉吗？此时此刻，你的第一反应竟然是关心别人。因为，既然结合能够帮助大家获得爱，那么将结合的极致作为我注定的结局，我一定也能获得更多的爱，对吧？
She does remind me so much of Griseo. The little Griseo, obviously.
色拉，这我可不知道。
That kind of like complete childlike innocence.
没关系，色姐姐。大家能获得爱，本身就是一件好事。但对于一直保护着我的灯姐姐来说，白吉叔叔的礼物只会将源源不断的怪物们送到他面前，让他面对无数的战斗与伤痛。
All the gift will do is bring a constant stream of monsters to her. So he's like fulfilling all their wishes according to their titles. So in Lantern's case, as the Shoe of Destruction, that's what she's going to be destined to do forever? Question mark?
是啊，于情于理，他都将陷入无休止的战斗。
I mean, that's true.
直到力竭而亡。
I think she's definitely in this environment very powerful because Grisaille didn't really like her painting powers. They were very unexplored, let's say. But in this case, Sarah is quite literally trapping people in her union, and it's like in this world in Langqiu, at least in this bubble, is very, very, very powerful. Whereas Grisaille was just painting off in a corner of the world, not enemies spawn because of her astral ring. Yeah, she will trap. Yeah, like I thought, it's because Baiji's gift, as they're alluding to, is just to fulfill your destiny, sort of, and your kind of final outcome is to forever be your Shu's title. So the pleasure will be pleased forever. Union will be in unity forever. The sacrifice will have actually died. I assume the toast like is going through some sort of like eternal purgatory or something. And in Lantern's case, she'll just be fighting forever. Oh, and she's here.
太好了，灯姐姐又一次战胜了怪物们。
What was that? That little like dance?
找到你们了。
She is not sounding very good.
灯姐姐，我们在这里。你又受伤了吗？让我来看看吧。
等一下，瑟拉，他不太对劲。
不必担心了，色姐姐，怪物们不在这里，灯姐姐已经把他们全部消灭了。
不对。
Oh. Haven't seen that face on Delamo before.
如果那些怪物已经被他全部扼杀，那他下一刻战斗的对象又会是谁呢？
It's them. Oh shit.
所以，这就是星之环的影响吗？
The influence of the astral ring. So the astral ring is what's compelling them to do these things? Oh shit. Are we going back to the Senadina? Okay. Baiji's not aware of the anomalies in the library.
这就是星之环的影响吗？
按照松雀他师傅白吉先生刚才的说法，是希娜在与灯的战斗中超限使用了星之环的力量，才会导致目前的这种病理性疲劳。
So Baiji knows something about the astral rings.
我们应该……
希娜这也太不……话虽如此，如果没有希娜想到用破气之法应对破气之术，我们与灯的战斗，
那倒未必是唯一的方法。比如我们两眼一闭，直接往地上一躺。如果大家足够擅长装死，或许一觉醒来还能赶上被白吉定在原地。算了。
Okay.
现在也不是开玩笑的时候。如果希娜的症状真的与崩坏病有关，或许我只能把自己的融合因子通过手术分享给她。
A little bit of Coralie backstory. Her fusion factor. So is she sort of like a mantis? She has it like under control or something? Oh.
What does
that mean?
虽然不明白你在说什么
She offers surgery to share the fusion factor.
生还率完全未知。这也太……不论怎么说，眼下有咱师傅他老人家出手，不消片刻。可你师傅刚才还直摇头说，他拿不出根治之法，只能提供缓兵之计。
Couldn't provide a cure, only a temporary solution.
嗨，谁说缓兵之计就不能釜底抽薪？真要细究起来，生老病死，饥寒远增，
very, very
这世上没有
optimistic.
根
That
治
kind
之
of
法的
again,
问题可太多
like
了。
the blind
那
optimism.
咱平头百姓不还是能乐乐呵呵的
I
过
wrote
日
it
子？
down earlier. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
哦，
Songche has always been
原来
kind
如
of
此。
this
这倒是一
blindly
所以说
optimistic.
你们别看咱师傅平常，师傅，
叨扰诸位谈话。
Your friend is no longer.
你们的朋友。
嘿嘿，果然师傅出手，万事不愁。
Oh, now we're running. Oh, there's two of her.
哇，还真是跟我一模一样呢。
That. What the fuck?
寻梦者，
希娜，你感觉怎样？ 没问题。
That's not the right first reaction. That's if I saw two Zenadinas, I'd be like, "What the fuck? Two Zenadinas?" Not, "How are you doing?"
我好的不得了，能蹦能跳，能
What?
吃能喝。说到吃，琥珀成，这还不简单，全包在咱身
Does
上。
no one else see it?
那就先谢谢松雀了。哦，还是应该先谢谢你师傅。要是没有他及时相救，我恐怕连眼皮都睁不开，就更别提下馆子了。
你呀，我们在玩冒险，可不能随便模仿不惜命的。
这个我有在反省啦。
What? She's right there.
要是还有下次，这是希娜的
Okay.
分身。
Someone finally acknowledged the existence of second Zenadina.
是用他的毫毛变出来的吗？不，先不谈那些。用这个要怎么治病？毫毛？啊？难道白吉先生刚刚拔了我的头发吗？
各位所见之物，是在下以虚苑小伎捏造的一介假身，可以代替希娜小姐本人承受伤害。
Replica made by falsehood, which can sustain damage on her behalf.
哦，是这样啊。嘿嘿，我开个玩笑嘛。
That's a reference to her trailer.
无论如何，
举手之劳。
不过，白吉先生，我还有一个问题想……
啊，哎，都说了没事了，你可
无妨，不如说，此间唯一的疑问反而
What
是
makes it possible for her to consciously
她为何
exceed
能
her
听
ordinary
凭心
limits?
意
So it's not a thing
将
that
其
people can
抄
just
写
do. At least not to his understanding with the astral rings.
般人其实不行的吗？
It's not something that's
如此我等
possible.
凡夫俗子，就需预支代价。比方说，等小
听起来，你这位老师傅倒是很了解星之
老
环的事。
师傅，
了解一词，未免言过其实。我只是从友人处偶然得到了这份礼赠，对他的认知，不过是盲人摸象。
given to him by a
所以
friend.
即使自己并不了解，白吉先生竟然也能为灯坊造出……
那更多是他本人的造化。毕竟，在
Well,
得
we
到
knew
这
that
份
one.
厌恶前，而
He's
另一方
very,
面
very strong.
我也无法为无论如何。虽然有些僭越，
其实仔细想想，
因果相生，何须细究？
Oh, we have
如今
the
此事已
lore
了，
the lore music.
若在下此前所言，诸位还应尽早离开廊丘。
Master the
说是
spell.
好奇假身之
It's
法
like，giving them
我有
a
一术，可教诸位慢慢研习。
grimoire or
他
something.
日
白吉先生怎么又开始送课了？
欧夏的灾祸虽未根除，但廊丘实属危机四伏。相较而言，
这一点，松雀也告诉
This
我们
is
了。
transcend, right?
啊，对了对了，是不是还得把这个我一起带上？毕竟，那可是与我性命息息相关的宝贝啊！
那倒不必。虽说是缓兵之计，但希娜小姐的确已经痊愈。诸位无需忧心，这并非是在下首次应用此法。至于
Bro is not doing well.
那是
Oh.
在下自身之
Music
事。
is gone.
师傅，
我
难不成白吉先生所说的？唉，看来这与其说是把希娜受到的伤害转移给了假身，倒对不起，白吉先生，我给你添麻烦了。
于在下而言，
Holy shit. Voice actor doing this as a voice actor is really tough. The simulated coughs. If you're not actually coughing, it's hard to make it sound convincing.
白吉先生，
Striking blood stain on his
师
hand.
傅，这是怎么会突然这样？我现在好好，对不起，白吉先。
非也。故其缠身，恰巧发。
An old ailment after some mayhem. Is this back in the
白吉先生这样，真的没问题吗？
Oh, okay. No, we're still here. The Japanese mind is coughing out a lung. Yeah. I think he just sounds super tired in Chinese, which I think I mean my gut bias is that the Chinese voice actors get it closest to the intent. Obviously, like there's no wrong interpretation, but he sounds like extremely tired in Chinese. Also, his voice is super deep.
咱师傅这是老
毛病。比起记忆中的白，
臣科救急，不足为意。
Needs to correct the
以此
mistake,
番
so he
并
does
入世于
regret
人
it.
前，
I think
的确有
Thelema
些
and
失礼。
Serapeum were talking about does he
但
regret
光阴
what
之
he did?
人，
And well,
在
maybe.
下尚有100年前的故事。松雀，
得嘞，师傅，咱这就替您送课，您老人家好生休息。琥珀街上还有好些地方他们没瞧过呢，眼下希娜又能吃能喝，活蹦乱跳了， 咱这就带着大家再好好感受一番烟火气，绝不失了礼数。
宋雀，烟火气。
He has to like speed up the ritual, I guess, because he's dying.
没错没错，过了这村就没。师傅，
宋雀，气势已至。
Oh boy, here we go.
啊！得嘞，师傅，这事儿包在咱身上，您就放心吧。只是，师傅您看，咱能不能再求你一件事儿？嗨，您看咱与这些朋友也算同生共死一场，毕竟这树平定影灾的场面。
我知道你的意思，但。
师傅，这不是有您坐着？毕竟一起经历了这么多。
Yeah, for Songche, the problem is that this is like her second family, right? With her first being the seven Shus, as we saw at the beginning of the chapter. The second, this group of idiots from Earth and from Osha City is another family for her.
白姬先生，请放心，来去廊丘的路途我们已经熟悉，只要松雀他一发话，我们就立刻返回欧夏，绝不会乱生事端。
Yeah, what was it she said? She's like, the people who don't need me to be in a dress to want to come and see me.
没错没错，我们和松雀一样，都是值得您信任的好人。
真是好有说服力的论据。师傅您瞧。
宋雀。
师傅，您纵容咱任性这么多次。
也罢。
Can't say no to her.
为师理应更相信你一些。
多谢师傅，您老人家放心，别管是他们的安全还是廊丘的仪式，您就放心交给咱。哦，对了。 既然师傅首肯，那就先有劳各位去仪式的地点稍事歇息。啊，嘿，那样金贵的衣服，咱这辈子可没几次能穿它的机会。
Oh, is this her battle suit outfit?
好啦，你们动身吧。我再做点准备，然后。
Okay. Oh, can I talk to them?
是，别担心。
不用担心。
You needn't worry about the details. Oh, it just teleports me. Okay. So the venue is at the Anchor, unsurprisingly, I guess. It's where everything seems to happen. Hey, Songxue, how's it going?
是松雀，他还真比我们更快呢。
这么说来，
嗨，那门道可太多了。此处为
得，你还是省两句贯口吧。
嘿嘿，总而言之，师傅他老人家早就挑好的位置，你那是自然。而且，嗨，咱们这是得嘞，咱们起驾。
I know this isn't the end. Is it? Is this? Should I be going to the second or the third floor? Oops, second. I don't want to leave them. I know we're not leaving them yet. But just the thought of it is kind of sad. Because it's like we're just beginning their story. It feels like that, and then to cut it off or to make you think like they're cutting it off now is kind of sad.
松雀，
怎么了？
你好像很紧张，没事吗？
哎呀，没事没事，咱这不是，时隔多年，终于要像个正儿八经的树一样，做点值得大书特书的事儿了吗？真是个激动的。哎，别这样呀！师傅之前可是明确说了，这次有的是咱表现的机会。
如果是在了解你的名号
得，咱已经成搞笑角色了。
Guess I'm
松
comic
雀
relief.
你之前不是说？
对啊，我从刚才开始就一直在期待了。
咱这不是正准备换吗？
原来如此，你有在别人面前换装的癖好？
才不是嘞！你想啊，比起咱换好了衣服在这里等你们，肯定还是在你们面前换上漂亮衣服更能体现反差感吧？才不是因为太紧张，结果差点忘记了呢。
Oh, the uwu finger touch pose. No one is convinced. Not a single person is convinced.
总之，各位就瞧好了吧，只要你们看到咱盛装华服的姿态，一定会惊得下巴都掉在地上。
哦，既然你都说出
I'll
这种豪
try
言
to
壮
get
语
my
了，
hopes up. Oh my
那我也
god.
那
Wait, why did the narrator just ... Ooh.
你们烦请先转过身去。
有什么关系？这里都是女孩子嘛。
Oh my god.
不可，此乃术之秘仪，不能行伤风败俗之举。快，转过身去。
Do nothing.
哎呀，快转过去吧，咱换衣服很快的。
We'll keep teasing her.
这会儿就别闹了，求求你，
This
快转过
this
去
is
吧。
very good Songche moment. Okay, fine. That was suddenly very loud. And we're back into Transcend, the music.
松雀他好像确实有点怪怪的，你们不会才意识到吧？
那你分析一下。
不是我擅长的领域。徐梦者，
我也说不清。如果换作是我，只是与几位过客告。
怎么了，松雀？
那个，嗨，趁着现在不用面对面，咱能问点儿，稍微有些让
Like
人害臊
the
的
moment
问题
is
吧。
kind of awkward and jokey, but the music, like all I can think about when this soundtrack plays is Kiana's scene. So that's like that's what this music was written for.
当着他人面换衣服的癖好其实也没什么，
Oh my god,
不用太过
Coralie.
挂怀。
You can't say this with this music in the background.
我会严守秘密的。
喂，你们到底把咱当成什么人啦？
哎呀，松雀，你想问什么就问呗，扭扭捏捏的都不像你了。
那咱就问了。
Yeah, Coralie is the true no filter experience.
在你们眼中，咱究竟是一个什么样的人啊？
Oh. I like that they cut the music for this line. It was like, yeah. The only thing with more gravity than a really intense, meaningful, serious soundtrack is nothing. It's very immediately obvious that Songche is being, like, this matters a lot to her. I like it. I like it. I think that's actually one thing that Honkai Impact 3rd has always been heads and shoulders above most other gachas. Is like this kind of like, it's almost like a movie like presentation in the dialogue in these kinds of scenes. It's like how do I say it? The production, not necessarily production value, but the presentation of key moments is extremely strong in Honkai Impact, even compared to the newer games. Yeah, and the music comes back, and it's the happy nostalgia music.
也不用回答的那么认真，就
But that
对，
one line
就告诉咱你
having
们脑海
nothing
里
there
闪过的第一个
is
念头就好。
very very effective.
这100多年来，咱
Yeah.
就认识了你们几个新朋友，不问问清楚，那还是太遗憾了。
这样啊，我的话大概会觉得松雀你是个很努力的人吧？
啊？咱努力？
确实，乍看之下，你就是个油嘴滑舌、胡吹乱侃、招摇撞骗的社会闲散人员。想说你胆子小，但你确实没什么战斗力；想说你喜欢贪小便宜，但你好像更在乎自己的面子。
哎，打住！你先打住！你怎么不说则已，一说就把咱说的一无是处啊？据我的理解，这只是一种他个人惯用的修辞手法。
我只是实话实说，和其他个位数相比，你显得极其平凡。甚至称得上庸俗。
Just a girl。
但就是这样的你，却对身边的人们最为热心。无论危急也好，这一路上的各种冒险也好，你从来都没有放弃的意思。能够拼尽全力的生活，这其实很了不起。
I need to write that down in Chinese, because I really like that phrase in English. It's truly remarkable how you attack life with such fervor.
但就是这样的你，却对身边的人们最为热心。无论危急也好，这一路上的各种冒险也好，你从来都没有放弃的意思。能够拼尽全力的生活，这其实很了不起。但就是这样的你，
Sorry
却对身边的人们
this
最
is
为热
getting
心。
kind of draggy, but
无
I
论
need to
危急
hear
也
this
好，
phrase. My
这一路
Chinese
上的
is
各种冒险也
not
好，
amazing.
你从来都没有放弃的意思。能够拼尽全力的生活，这其实很了不起。
精细成立的生活。One more time.
但就是这样的你，却对身边的人们最为热心。无论危急也好，这一路上的各种冒险也好，你从来都没有放弃的意思。能够拼尽全力的生活，这其实很了不起。
权力 ，it's not 成立，权力的生活。这真是很了不起。
这或许是你唯一的优点，但它足够
This
让我
might
喜
be
欢
your
上你。
only merit. Wow, brutal.
赫利亚，
我对你的看法也差不多。
真的吗？
你也不用这么意外吧？
咱还以为克拉丽一定会更加不留情面一些。
Yeah, Carly is very sentimental inside. I think she's just, like you said, no filter. So.
你这是误解。事实上，我相当客观公正，不会像赫利亚那样搞什么欲扬先抑。
那是。
我想想啊，我对松雀你的看法，可能还要更简单一些。怎么说呢？我觉得我们其实还挺像的，都是普普通
Is
通
this not the
也
most
可可爱爱的
Alicia
女孩
line
子
ever?
仅此而已。
That's the most Ellie line I've ever heard.
啊？说咱普通还可以理解，想想之前发生的那些事，
当然能算了。普通的标准哪有那么死板啊？而且还有可爱，这可是很重要的，至少比普通重要多了。
The eyes and now this? You've gotta
然
be.
也，然也。
这么说来，
对不住，席梦者。衣服换好啦。
She's nervous. It is. It's her battle suit.
嘿，怎么样？
这可真是。
Nice.
令人刮目相看呢。
人靠衣装，佛靠金装。
That's not what she said at all. That's like.
人靠衣装，佛靠金装。
My Chinese isn't good enough to translate that faithfully.
人靠衣装，佛靠金装。
What is it called? 人靠
人靠衣装，佛靠金装。
衣装. I don't know what 衣装 means, but the intent is basically there. Clothes make the woman.
嘿嘿，咱这次可没吹牛吧？是不是把你们惊得下巴都掉啦？
确实是不辱数之威仪的装扮。
多谢各位看官的夸奖。哎，对了，抱歉，刚刚打断了你。
不，没什么特别的。
But just these two share an
其实就是
opinion,
吸纳的这个
and
意思，
these two share an
对
opinion.
吧？穿上这身衣服的你更让我确信了，你果然是普通又可爱的女孩子嘛。
许梦哲，你
Oh,
松雀，你
of
怎么了？
course, in true Honkai Impact fashion, the good moments have to come with a bad.
没事没事，咱好得很。只是树的力量已经开始共鸣了，也就是说，现在就是咱们之前说好的那个，你们必须启程的时间。
She say 起床?
也就是说，现在就是咱们之前说好的那个，你们必须启程的时间。
起程?
也就是说，现在就是咱们之前说好的那个，你们必须启程的时间。
It's not, okay.
这样啊。
I thought she said it's time for you to wake up. 起床 in Chinese. It sounds very, very close to
也就是说，
起程.
现在就是咱们之前说好的那个，你们必须启程的时间。
起床? I think she says 起床, which I guess means depart. I haven't heard that phrase before, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was just because my vocabulary is shit. But that is very, very close in sound to 起床, which is to wake up. And that was suddenly like, oh, the dreamscape.
松雀，今天非常感谢大家一直陪伴在咱的身边，不仅陪咱逛了想逛的地方，吃了想吃的东西，玩了想玩的游戏，还陪我穿上了这件我一直想要穿的衣裳，还有，也告诉了咱你们最真实的想法。怎么说呢？还真没想到咱松雀能在这100多年后交到4个真心实意的好朋友呢。
It's such a heartwarming moment.
那别这样，搞得气氛像是生离死别似的。
但是，通道一旦关闭，我们确实就没法再相见了。
是吗？嗨，未来的事，那谁说得准？或许一世之后，咱们能一劳永逸地解决永灾呢。
It's definitely that. In true Honkai Impact fashion.
到那时候，师傅他或者其他树里的能人再花个10年100年的，说不定就又能找到什么重启木。
说的也是。
Like she knows something is up
好啦，
here.
今天这一天，咱也算是任性了个够。现在起，得陪师傅他们干正事了。
松雀，其实你
期数之宜，顷刻便要开始。闲杂人等，请就此回避。
She's being very impersonal to hide the sadness, sort of.
我们走吧。松雀他也有自己的责任。
So we just have to leave. All right, off we go, I guess. The soundtrack here is not quite fitting. Back through the anchor.
你刚刚想对他说什么？
我想说，她是个普通而可爱，并且一点儿也不擅长骗人的女孩。
Yeah. But that's this whole thing that we were talking about earlier, right? Just that the Shus, when they received their gifts, were diametrically opposite what their title implies.
终于要和廊丘说再见了吗？
没办法，我们自己也有任务在身。
返回欧夏吧。
It worked this time. The tremulous echoes of farewell lingered long after the footsteps had faded into silence. The girl, dressed in her elaborate costume, let out a gasp, as if something had suddenly dawned on her. I like this music.
真是的，在这么空旷的地方，耳聪目明的咱，怎么可能听不
This
到
is
呢？
from Shiar's arc, from Sele's arc. Sele.
果然，大家都觉得咱不咋会骗人呢。不过
But
在最后的最后，咱还是骗到了你们。
永别啦，自愿被欺骗的友人们。
She says this, but at least her Chinese voice actor. I don't know if it's like a double fake out, but she still sounds very sad. The girl bowed her head, quietly sending out a blessing in a space devoid of any other presence but her own. Was the blessing near, or did it come from afar? Then she heard the sound of her fate.
欺瞒之术已经做好了准备。这里是
Oh, the anchor didn't go to the right place again.
怎么回事？末日之矛不是应该能直接把我们送回欧夏吗？
根据之前的经验，确实如此。难不成是廊丘的末日之矛坏了？不，我们来时的通路，连接廊丘的入口还在。那为什么我们会滞留在这里呢？
或许有什么在阻碍末日之矛正常运作。
继续站在这里也无济于事，我们在周围找找线索吧。
Looking around the sea of data for the umpteenth time.
走这边，不要掉队啊！
This soundtrack is really good. Gonna have some monsters.
这是廊丘的影子，为什么会蔓延到这里来？
这次应该不是多尼戈尔了吧？
难道说？
小心，影子里藏着怪！
火力出击，锁定目标。
Whoa.
到此为止。
Capital.
逃生过来，引擎点火。有了。来吧，走你！
I'm still alive.
真是奇怪，为什么感觉兜兜转转？
Right back.
现今廊丘，或者说廊丘和欧夏面临的问题，
Is this a
可比那
Cheetah?
要严重得多。
Assuming, because it was a Cheetah's body in the... Oh. Perception. Close enough.
闲逛，即使身为器用，我自然是无时无刻不在凝
I
视
will
廊丘
say,
之
it
影
sounds
的
like she
全貌
has like a cold or something. Like, her voice is quite muffled. So, I don't know if that's intentional, but...
难道你指望我会和你们一道参加松雀的送别会吗？
Like she's
明明
speaking
只是
through
一段时间不
a
见，
speaking through a
我
blanket.
好像已经不适应这家伙的恶劣性格了。
绝，你刚刚也不算什么大，影灾即将完全失控，廊丘很快就会分崩离析。 超越
Amorphous.
石像之无相，
There
将
was
搅动其灭世
something
的洪流。
before referred to as the amorphous shadow.
这也叫不算什么大事。
绝，别都全以松雀的师傅为首，御影七术应该
很简单，从一开始就是彻头彻尾。你们和松雀以及其他树一样，
你是说
人心难察，如夜似影？谁能料到100年前以一己之力统御七术，为廊丘逆天改命之？
你是想说，能一劳永
不？远远不止。
He's been lying to everyone, including himself.
他欺。
Okay. The deeper conspiracy appears. Huh?
这是
御影之人留下的最后之影，名为死亡，结合、享乐、破气，他们均已在虚焰预设的舞台上落幕。
你是说，
我不会欺骗各位。
Look at the truth that perception has revealed. Of course it would be perception revealing the truth to us. The fall of union. I can't recall when I first heard the sentiment. A book is said to be a reflection of its author's life. Let me close the window real quick. Their book reads like witnessing their every word and deed. Observing those words and actions resonates deeply within. Such resonance, they say, is union. Oh my god. I've seen some of these CGs on Twitter. Obviously, I didn't know the context, and I didn't bother to go and look. Yes, it was only... It was... Yes, it was once a bastion of purity and nobility. The ideals and dreams of the angels intertwined, sanctified by the revered saintess, cleansed of earthly impurities and sprouted wings. But just before soaring to the pinnacle, they plunged. Corruption surged anew, their wings wilting into mere parchment. In hushed whispers, souls dissipated. All that lingered was a heap of squalid remnants. Okay, so I guess all of these are dead. The end of pleasure. A melodic dance tune started in the distance. Leap and dance, the music implored in their ears. One day, my kin, you shall earn their genuine admiration, commanded the authoritative voice.
是，父亲。
Yes, father. Leap and dance, leap and dance. An eerie dance seemed to be underway in the splendid hall. The phantoms who had once lived out their wildest dreams were gathered here again like a spectral pack of hyenas. Leap and dance, leap and dance, leap and dance. They gathered around the being who had once bestowed supreme pleasure upon them, hoping to dance again under her protection, losing themselves in a brand new banquet. Until they found that the mistress of pleasure had been reduced to an empty husk. The betrayal named Death had come knocking at her door. So the phantoms scurried away, leaving behind only desperate cries that no one could hear. And after that, darkness, desolation, and fear ruled the world. Three people all at once, huh? Her intuition was ever sharp. It outran her thoughts, enabling swift action and tangible outcomes, shedding excess baggage and strong-arming through obstacles. Such was the path tread by the solitary heir to the named Lantern. However, the skilled swimmer drowns and the adept rider falls. This has been an undeniable truth. One who feeds on centuries-old, relentless strife as sustenance will inevitably meet a warrior's end. Not from carelessness or lack of readiness. Her intuition had long sensed the impending peril. Yet, despite the premonition, Lantern couldn't stave off the slaughter. Her fate, they say, has trailed us since our very first breath.
对了，倒是忘了他也没能幸免于
No,
难。
多一个, not
你
the
们想看
dog.
就看吧。
坐骑出发。
It was Donika, a dead dog. Oh, there's no like story or anything. 3 out of 7. Complete main story mission Elegy for the Shadow Rulers. I assume that's Act 1.
树们
Given the time right now,
还有多尼克
kind of tracks.
这
相信与否，并不能决定事物的虚实。刚刚你们已经亲眼见证了他们的结局。
I know. Like, 'cause, again, it's like this feeling of we just got to know them, and then suddenly they're being ripped away. I at first it was sad because I thought we were leaving, because the setup was that we were just leaving, and then we wouldn't be able to return. But death is a little bit more permanent than that.
白吉先生，这究竟？
Yeah, it's just there's no sugarcoating it. There's no reason. There's no story about it. It just is, you know.
出于绝望，白吉甚至欺骗了自身。如若真有虚验，历经100年的苦心积虑，他到底还是印证了自己的名号。
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that. After 100 years of struggling, he has finally done something true to his title, falsehood. You know, falsehood and deception, Baiji and Songque are very, very close thematically. I wonder if that's intentional.
“等一下，如果白吉真的是在自欺欺人，那么留在所谓仪式场地的松雀，他恐怕凶多吉少。决议，快看看松雀那边的情况怎么样。”
放心，松雀暂时无恙。不过，鉴于4/7的力量并不足够，白吉的确已经动身，打
Provide
算将他也
sufficient
化为
power.
祭品。
Provide sufficient power for what? Again, the keyword sacrifice is showing up here again.
我们得去救他。
你们可要想好，如果想要保全松雀的性命，各位不仅需要直面最强之术，如今七术已陨其舞。面对满溢而出的影灾，或许让欧夏在数据之海中飘去他处，对各位来说才是风险最小的万全之策。
So now there's this conflict of the duty versus their own need. I don't want to say needs, but their own like duty to fulfill the mission. In which case, yeah, like objectively speaking, perception is correct, but they have this relationship now with Songque. So it's hard to let that go.
如果是保险措施，我相信陈学姐也可以做到。相较而言，我们还是更应该尝试一下只有自己能做到的事。
所以，正因七术在咎由自取的死去，你们反而要救子折返。
So death, the end of pleasure, destruction, and unity, is the ending that they deserve? Upon hearing this question, the four persons all exchanged a darting glance and reached the same conclusion at once.
是的，松雀是我们的朋友，我们必须去救他。
当然，也算我一份。对于我和他来说，具体去哪个世界跑，其实没有太大区别。
Technically, it is true. Corley and Helia don't belong to either.
既然如此，我就发挥好工具该有的作用，祝你们达。至于等价交换的代价，日后所。
Of course. But why does perception stand here? Of all the Shus, is it because this is just a piece?
师父。
Is it because it's just a piece of Vegeta that she's just? Is it truly because she's a tool, or like what is Perception's motive in all of this?
"事已至此，别无他法。宋雀，你不必原谅为师。此非天命，亦无大义。生杀予夺，皆是为师的一己私欲。
Bear and kill out of my selfish desire."
白吉先生，你在做什么？
你们，
白吉先生，请你停手吧。
没错，我们已经知道了，所谓的仪式根本就不可行。
诸位，看来你们对此事怀有不少误解。
生杀予夺，皆是为师的一己私欲，这有什么好误解？克拉丽，你们
在下所说的误解，并不是说在下要杀徒儿这件事是个误会。
Wait, what? I wasn't implying that I didn't intend to kill my disciple.
在下所说的误解，并不是说在下要杀徒儿这件事是个误会。
Double negative. I was implying that I did intend to kill my disciple. Yeah.
在下确实准备杀死欺瞒之术。只是仪式不可行这种说法，倒确确实实是诸位误解了。
这究竟是什么意思？
永久消除影灾，让郎秋和欧夏从此摆脱侵染的仪式，异类之仪，它的确存在。
Finally, we have a name for the ritual, the Rite of Tears, a ceremony that will eliminate the shadow calamities once and for all.
杀死在下的徒儿松雀，便是这异类之仪的实质。
So now they have this choice to make.
什么？没想到最后还是没能瞒住你们。明明都已经那么正式的告过别了。
松雀，难道你早就知道白吉先生要？
那当然啦，你们都误会师傅了。仪式是真的，能消除影灾也是真的。师傅从来都没有骗你们。
Yeah.
自始至终，欺瞒各位的仪式。其实100年前，咱就已经知道了。
Yeah, that's why she's just like an ordinary girl. Like her role in all of this
怎么会？
was never to be one of the warriors or whatever.
除此之外，别无他法。自隐在出现这100余年来，甚至时至今日，灾厄更……
所以，你就要往牺牲的赌注上再下。
克拉丽小姐所言，此非博弈，乃是吾等在这死局之中。
糟了，他难道也要超在白姬先生，不要莽撞！你。
Okay, so he's also using the astral ring against us. Happened in an instant. While everyone had sensed that something unexpected was about to happen, an irreversible turn of events that would alter the future that would alter the future forever. No one could have guessed that it would be like this. Is that something going through his chest?
师父，你到底在做什么？绝！
Oh my god. The artifact that acted on behalf of gadgets appeared out of nowhere. Like I was saying before, what is Perception's motivation in all of this? The shadow blade that floated around Baiji and ran him through was clearly her doing.
我只是在忠实地帮助你们实现目标。
Why so surprised? I was just fulfilling my duty to you, helping you achieve your goal.
保全松雀的性命，此时此刻，这是唯一的办法。
Oh my god, she's doing the...
以等价交换的方式。 我再次完美的达成了你们的目的，不是吗？你
到头来，我的确只是个……
师父，你，这一定是你的假身吧？师父，你肯定不会就这样。师父，你快醒醒，别跟咱开这种玩笑啊！
很遗憾，白姬此刻并没有动用他虚验的权柄。
Songche's voice actor here.
师父，你快醒醒，别跟咱开这种玩笑啊！
据我观察，虽然原理不明，有可能只是自暴自弃的妄想，但所谓异类之疑，至少需要由术将影之脉络。 悉数汇入松雀体内。如今看来，此举繁复无比，且会消耗大量术的精力，这更不是区区假身能够做到的事。不过，也正因如此，作为道具的我，才有机会伤及术。
松雀，
师父，咱在这儿呢。
Oh my god. Songche's voice actor has been, throughout part 2, has been a really big highlight for me because she's so believable and like so human. You can hear her pauses and her stutters and her breaths, and she sounds like a person that you would talk to on the street in Chinese, that is. And like more so than I think any other character I've ever heard, at least in the Chinese dub. And obviously, I don't speak Japanese, so I can't comment on that. But throughout, even including all of part 1, there are exceptional performances in the voice acting in part 1. But Songche is the first character in all of the MiHoYo games, if I have to be honest, where it's just like she's really just a person, and like her voice acting here is like
师父，咱在这儿呢。
对不起，我终究。
It's like unbelievably good. Oh, the voice crack too. Oh my god. That should have been in like all caps, exclamation marks, everything.
你杀了白吉，为什么要下这么重的手？
Is so much pain in her voice.
我不明白，这究竟有何难解之处？如果我不出手，转瞬之间松雀就会毙命。如果我不下重手，
Yeah, I think that's really been
恢复元气，
Songchue
以他的能耐
is like
在场的
her
诸位又
her
有谁
whole
是他
thing
的
in
对
all
手？
of part 2 has just been being a normal person, and I think that's why she's such a strong character. It's why part 2 feels very strong, is because it especially in chapter 2 they do so much of just humanizing everyone, but especially Songchue, who's and it's interesting because she's supposed to be part of this group that is like all powerful in the world, and she seems to be, you know, well known on Amber Street, at least. Like she has this reputation that are surrounding her, and she clearly does have some powers, but ultimately she's so normal and human. Ultimately it has to be just that word, human.
况且我已数次有言在先，作为工具，于合理的范围内，我会一字不差地达成要求。
I don't believe this is just her taking orders literally. Yeah, I think in terms of personality, well, if I have to be very brutal here at this point in time, I think Helia and Coralie are both still a little one-dimensional, I would say, particularly the two of them. I mean, Coralie has a lot of personality, and so does Helia, but we don't get to see the maybe more vulnerable sides of them because they're not as personal about everything as Songchue, Senadina, particularly these two are. Dreamseeker is kind of blank slatey, so it's hard to be like that, but you can feel their sentiment, especially in the farewell scene. That definitely came through very well, but I feel like they haven't gotten as much development as they did even in the event with Kiana. But I understand they're not the focus, so it's not like a dock against the writing. It's just that it's not their time right now, because this arc is about Senadina and Songchue. At least I think it is.
我应该说过，在向我提出要求的
This
时候，
fucker, this
各位需要小心谨慎。
this fucker is weird. The perception is very strange. I don't buy at all the fact that it was just because the order was not particularly clear.
为什么我忽然觉得，你对自己和常识相悖的工作方式，会有些沾沾自喜？
这与喜悦无关，我只是一件工具。对工具来说， 我帮助你们达成了目的，你们却对我的手段横加指责，甚至开始认这未免有些滑稽。我说过，我只会用最合理而高效的方式达成目的。
Oops. What is going on with my audio? It's like connecting to my phone for some reason. There we go. I have like the Bluetooth calling feature on.
与白吉这样的人类不同，为了一个机会，我有耐心等待100年。
So, is she taking orders? Is there like an underlying motivation from somewhere else? Because there's no way she just takes random orders from random people and carries them out efficiently. I don't buy that.
我想，那应该不是让欧夏在数据之海中飘去他处吧？
Give me a sec. I have to take this call. Okay. Hopefully no more distractions. I had to play tech support for my mom who's in China, and I had to figure out what a USB-C to a USB-A female was called in Chinese. But I think we're good now. Alright. Where are we? Trying to figure out perception. Okay.
这的确只是一项附带建议。
绝，七术一运其武。
5 of the 7 are already dead. That leaves... So that's Serapeum, Thelema, my memory is so bad. Serapeum, Thelema, and Lantern, the 3 that we saw die. And Baiji, I guess, because Perception just killed him? Ajita? Is that it? Or does Baiji not count yet? And then it's Latoast who's dead. I don't know. Huh?
你好像关心他人，远胜过关心自己。不过现在
Now 6. Okay, so Song Chue is the only one left.
不是5又4/5吗？
This is because perception is a piece. Right. So, but now there's 6, so we know Song Chue and then a little bit of Ajita are still alive.
有倒是有，将影子的
没错，在完成了那种伟业之后，即使
这怎么还有分数？
松雀算一个，我算1/5个。
绝，你之前自称是1/5的阿杰塔，是残缺的数，那么为什么大家在确认了阿杰塔的死讯之后，你反而下意识地将自己排除在七数之外？
Is she not a piece of Vegeta? Was that a lie?
明明除了你自己，所有人都把你看作了弃用之术的体。
原来如此，这倒的确是我不够谙熟人类的心理了。
哦，
只是，我从来就不是树的一员。
我从来都不是树的一员。She never was a 树。
究竟是谁？
别那么心急啊！即使我此刻的确是这廊丘之内的至高大脑，叶旦，这也并不影响我们完成。很快，你们就将知晓。
雪，别跑！这里什么时候被影子包围了？锁定目标，那家伙果然有问题。逃不掉，在那别动，先摆脱这些怪物再说。走你！别！那边！可恶，又不见了！火力突击！克拉丽也不见了。
Wait, what? Orly?
到此为止，你会喜欢的。空中接力
Bruh. She got grayed out, and I was like, oh no. Like her icon on the right. Okay, this is getting intense. Oof. Is Helia gonna disappear next? Just Senadina left? No.
技能完毕，后再突厥。逃不掉，好了，画上完美的句号吧。交给我吧，一起上吧，搭档。久等了，进来。雷光激光射链，寻魔者，别离我太远。你们到哪里去了？雪，你别跑， 家，还给我！
没发现吗？你们是无法战胜世界本身的。
Oh, you. I've seen this screen before. I've seen that screen before.
快醒醒，希娜！
啊？
克拉丽，
啊？
我们
放心，人都在。
This is like.
寻梦者，
看来你们已经冷静下来了，很好。
Then there won't be any further need for that little game of hide and seek.
绝，你什么时候？
这种手法不像是树的。容我纠正一下，
刚刚的不是你搞的鬼？
你没有理解我的意思。我
I am
就
the
是影
shadow.
子本身。所谓弃用，不过是我出于利益考，笼罩于世界炮的阴影。恐惧，我即是廊丘之影，我即是危急的根源。虽然原理非常简单，但在诸位争取到的空隙，你最为虚弱的那一刻，我阻断了你和影坛的联系。现在，你已经不可能从外界调用任何与影子有关。
我刚才一开始，
这倒不是，是在试着满足各位的要求后，由于超多尼
Is
戈
it
尔。
related to that
那时候
specific event?
看来意识到当时那条狗的行为确实出乎我的意料。
Oh my god. I thought this was more like a
谁能
I've
想
always
到
been, but it's
它居然
because of
真的
that
是一
specific
条
thing.
忠犬。
Wow.
如果任由它摆布影坛，事情难免会朝着不可预料的方向发展。我那时的话，也只不过是……
所以你一开始
没错，等价交换，互不亏欠。
Back again to the idea of
作为世
equivalent
界的法
exchange.
则，没有比这更合理。更何况，我想各位也……
你或许站在你的立场上，
对啊，瑟拉佩姆、瑟利姆和灯塔们，我不是说过吗？我有一套早就为每一个人。
Perception is something else.
一直都在欺骗我们。
Songcha's first words after the crazy scream.
不，绝，松雀。
The girl, who had seemed oblivious to everything happening around her, as if her soul had left her body, finally let go of her master's lifeless husk and spoke up.
倒也谈不上欺骗，生老病死皆是人世常情，为此早做打算，我想并不过分。怎么？难道你刚才算是心甘情愿的付？啊，我明白了。
The fuck?
你还没有彻底意识到
Only you and I are truly fated
廊
for
丘
each other.
虽大，如今七术之六已尽数亡。松雀，这100，我自由了，你自由。
喂，你别想跑！
跑？
Run?
看来你似乎误会了什么。不过，就算我说，该想着逃跑的另有其人，与现状而言，似乎也于事无补。
怎么回事？地震！
She's bringing the building
不对
down?
这股力量似乎是从上方传来的。这样下去，整个世界就要解体了。
别这么说，我们的故事从这里才刚刚开始。来吧，
无相之相，让这廊丘众生为他们抵押的口气，
Amorphous face.
为他们偿还债孽。
Pay their debts for their fear gatherings. Though it never was an equivalent
灭
exchange.
却诸光，唯影亦存。
Like a full moon brimming with light, or the tide rising on the immense ocean, the spherical shadow overlooking Langqiu had swelled to an incredible size. And the shadows lurking in Langqiu continued to rise from all corners of the city and gather here, like a swarm of bees summoned by their hive, until the tipping point was reached. Oh my god. Oh, impact frames. ... The long dream has finally reached its end. Oh, where have I heard that one before? Wait, Senna's back in her old outfit? Huh? Not Senna, Songque.
Songque、克拉丽和赫利亚，大家还活着？啊？
是还活着吧？
喂，寻梦者，你没事突然倒下去，隔了没几秒又突……
这
啊？
究竟？
会感到困惑。
谁？你是白吉
You're
先生。
supposed to be dead.
在下很想立即为你解惑，但很可惜，现在是分秒必争，所以，在你方才的梦中，我为何人所杀？
He knows. What they know. Oh, this is starting to get really weird. A paradox. A real paradox. A real paradox indeed. The effect was revealed without even knowing the cause. Without knowing order, chaos had already engulfed the world. Without knowing the light of dawn, the soul had already donned the morning robe of shadows.
没人知道它是如何
the
诞
bitrate
生的，
killing
或许连
noise.
影子自己也都不知道。
A century ago. Oh, what the? This is now Act 2. Okay. I'm a shadow. I'm a shadow.
声音从哪儿来？哦，奇也怪哉。
At that thought, the living thing in the eerie shadows cast a glance at the other things around it, observing them closely for a
只有
while.
我会发出声音，不对，只有我能口吐人声。
Only I can make a sound. That's not precise. Only I can make the sound of humans.
人，哦，
Did he used to be a human or what? Oh, what the? Living things lurked silently in the shadows, as if waiting for some order.
死了，没气了。 整理一下我。不仅如此，我还可以使用人类的语言。毕竟，所谓人，也不过是食物
Humans are
链的
only
一
a link
环而
in
已。
the food chain.
难道 是这几个人临死之际的恐惧？不对。算了，无论如何，至少。
Oh my god, we're gonna go kill people.
救命啊！完了完了，我们死定了！
果然，他们也是这具身体的食物。试试看吧。
Holy crap.
原来如此。由于人类在心智上的疏异，
This is
的
screwed
确
up.
算
This
是
is
他们的
messed up.
天敌。那么接下来，按部就班。哦，又一份食物。希望我不会吃撑。咦，毫无恐惧，再靠近点观察吧。即便是那天赐之物，也容不下这床大势已去，命数分晓，如同冥海与白羽。不，事到如今，难道
So
我还要
he
怨天
knows
尤
about
人
the
吗？
other city-state
正是我的过
things.
陷，
明海白羽
促成了眼下这般死局，无可辩驳。此人当真古怪，看上去纤弱无力，但他却还有闲暇，再研究一会儿吧。
The living thing in the shadows was very curious, probably because it had just come to life. Just as it was about to disappear into the darkness so that it could observe the strange man a little bit more closely, a gentle breeze brushed by.
哎呀，总算是找到你了。
哦，
怎么，搞砸了事情，在这里自怨自艾？难得能见到你有如此可爱的一
Living
面啊，
talking Ajita.
白吉少爷。
You have a very nice model.
吓我一跳，这女以及原来阿杰塔小姐，没想到你会亲自前来，在下还以为你最多只会使用那可以在远处与……
哎呀，你把我当什么人了？今日可是复影之时，就算是我，更何况这复影的法门，这是哪？
可惜，虽然自
所以，黄道星之环呢
The Zodiac Astral Ring.
不堪重负，崩裂成了数个碎片。
哎呀，看来把影的全能整合为起点，终究也只有
Is
理
that
论
where
上可
her
行性。
idea to split her soul up into multiple pieces and then eventually when they
不过
combine together?
星之环毕竟不是凡俗之物，虽然碎裂，其威能犹在。我已用厌恶将其承载。
Yeah, heads on.
哦，那接下来你打算怎么做？先
不，
是了，我就知道你一定会这么说。
或许吧。再接下来，在下要将黄道星之环的碎片交到合适的人手中。此物的生物亲和性，或许还有让……
哦，我们的确推演过这个权宜之策。
我希望他们能以自己的打不过就加入，而除此之外，在下今日的动……
听起来你可有的忙了。是非之地不宜久留，
请且留步。
哦，看来
自然，弃用之名，你当之无愧。
So he gave them their roles.
在下知道，你的宏愿，远非这小小廊丘所能容纳。只愿你如往昔一般，在力所能及的时候，不吝相助我等。
你太客气了，我的朋友。虚愿的真实，唯有弃用可以承载。至少于
他们究竟在说些什么？不过，似乎……
好了，你该去继续完成拯救廊丘的伟业了。我嘛……
再会，阿杰塔小姐。
哦，对了，姑且提醒你一下吧，救世主。 那边的阴影里有一只小怪物，已经鬼鬼祟祟盯了你很久了。
不好！影的产物因为附影而被激化了。那么，果然，他操纵影子的能力甚至在我之上。
Oh my god！
要是躲不开，小明可就完了。
Am I supposed to be able to run from this?
够了。
Okay. Void. A complete void. But it wasn't entirely empty. It was a fairly amazing experience, a sensation it had never had before. It kept flowing in like a trickle, merging into a lake or sea and brimming out again. It was the same soul, but dressed in a brand new dark attire. Huh? I'm a new dude?
我的样子和刚才不一样，用人的话做了一场梦。不过，即使拥有方才的记忆，似乎也无法证明刚刚的影子和现在的我，两者是同一存在。不好，我好像差点陷入到一个几近无解的问题里。这对改善现状并无益处。既然拥有其记忆，那么姑且认为，刚才我被简单白吉。
Oh, this time it's lantern. Not exactly an upgrade. But what I'm getting at here is that the shadows can remember. The shadows have like a unified consciousness.
原来如此，勇士的傅雷姆，看来他所言非虚。不过，这样就好。
这些影子，全是被他一人所杀。
Yup。
他究竟是什么人？
这样一来，朗秋多多少少，白起。 你所赠予的青之环，并不是什么累赘。
他认识刚才那个危险的男人，他就是男人所说的。
这是属于灯的道路。如果影子当真无穷无尽，那我的杀戮也将无休无止。如果影子当真无穷无尽，那我的杀戮也将无休无止。
Localization is not super evident, not super clear here. If these shadows are endless, then so too shall be my slaughter, something like that. It's supposed to clearly, in Chinese, she actually just says the same phrase twice. Like, if these shadows are endless, then my slaughter will also be endless. She actually says like the without end phrase twice. So it's supposed to be very, very, very clear.
好了，小气的时间结束，是时候继续下一场死斗了。
And he dies again.
糟糕，又出血了。哼，你。
So what does this all mean, though, in the context of the Dream Seeker? Because we are just now seeing that the shadows can the shadows have like a recurring consciousness that persists after death. And for all we know, Dream Seeker and the others just experienced a death. So why are they being like paralleled here? That's the question. Letting go can be a beautiful experience. In a deep slumber, the mind can rid itself of the constraints of time and enjoy true freedom in a void resembling death. And so things continued in this way for an indefinite amount of time. And the shadow began to stir again. The sea never dries from between the ebb and flow of tides, just as water begins to seep in when the last drop evaporates from the puddle. The new round of creation was near its completion in the gathering of darkness. We're gonna provide as another shadow monster, yeah.
有意思，现在我可以确信了。而如果想得更自我一点，每当我的身体烟消云散，影子就会为我准备全新的躯壳。
So it's not sure why it happens. It just knows that it does inevitably get reincarnated as
是特别的，我不同于其他的影子，只有我能够理解人的语言，只有我。我对自己还所知甚少，或许甚至这也有可能只是记忆造就的错觉，而非灵魂的延续。那个会记得我的下一个我，其实将与我完全无关。
This is like one of those like classic, like a ship of Theseus but for the soul moments. Like, what constitutes a self? If you die and reincarnate, is that still you? Is it someone who just has all of your memories, but it's not you? Question mark. And it's like, what was the... That, like... Was it Star Trek? Where you get de-atomized, teleported, and then put back together. Like, a perfect replica of you to the molecular level. Is that you? Is like if you take you and all your memories and all of your, I don't know, like your emotions, and they zap you and you're dead, but then they like perfectly recreate that exact same thing in another place. Is that you? Including the memories and stuff.
如果真是这样，那就一次都不能死了。不过，七仔，仅凭直觉而言，之前的消亡不但没有让我感觉疲惫和痛苦，我能感受到，在我的深处，而他。
Holy shit.
我感觉到恐惧在吹拂，这便是飞翔的感觉吗？
Yes, I can fly. I'm gonna run into. Oh, it's the dude. It's Bai Ji again.
白吉，他似乎比之前……看来，黄道也好，我必承其罪业。只是对不住他们6人。6人是说被我等欲饮其数，
欲饮其数，
必将荡绝影在。
Oh, rip. The moment its third body was crushed, 2 epiphanies came rushing to the being in the shadow. Firstly, the man named Baiji wasn't entirely bereft of fear. Only the shadow projected by his fear was so colossal that it extended beyond its vision. Secondly, it had grasped the nature of its being. The whisper from its mysterious faculty only occurred upon collision with a shadow of that magnitude. I am the shadow. What is a shadow? When no one is watching, a shadow appears as if it doesn't exist in this world, growing only in silence. When it is large enough to be noticed, it has already become inseparable from everyone, to the point that nobody is able to shake it off. A shadow yearns for, manipulates, and harvests fear. And fear is the most hideous whip in the world, lashing all those who have succumbed to it. The people lost to the shadows lack neither courage nor dignity, but fear can destroy those precious qualities like a sharp blade cutting through fine muslin. It bows the heads of arrogant men and defiles pure hearts. It goes without saying that the lowly commoners have no way to escape from its claws. Even the most illustrious emperors cannot help but bow to it, descending into its pit of shameless minions. After all, everything contrives to remove justice and reason from a man who has been brought up to command others. Yes, this is the answer to the question. Shadows are fear. And fear is power.
阿杰塔女士，你的随想写完了吗？
抱歉，让你久等了。这样一来，我们终于有时间可以好好聊一聊了。影的意志。
Oh, Will of the Shadow. Oh, it's literally just the shadow.
所谓好好聊一聊，就
哎呀，面对将这廊丘搅得天翻地覆的影之大能，我一个弱女子总不能毫无防范吧？放心吧，你会适应他们的。
还真是张口就来。你既不是什么弱女子，我也不是什么大能，至少现在还不是。
我本以为……
别装了，戚用，你是唯一一个看破我真实身份的人，甚至早于……
是你混进努特里斯科家宴会的时候，还是你潜入互助会偷在琥珀街大恐慌的那天，你窃听我？
难以置信，那个时候，连我都无法清晰地认识到自己已经作为影的意志诞生于你。弃用之术，阿杰塔，你究竟是什么人？
没想到有一天，不过你放心，我并不是什么未卜先知的仙灵魔怪。
That's why she's called Perception.
拥有比这个世界的众生稍加深远的视野罢了。虽然至于我如何看破你的身份，确实毫无干系。
是也。
看来 你是对前一个话题更感兴趣的类型吗？那么，虽然目前似乎难以涉足，但在名为世界的孤岛之外，的确存在着
The Sea of Quanta.
海浩瀚无垠，远非小小的廊丘所能。更何况，在这无尽的海中，还包含着无以计数的
Yes,
其
we
他。
know all of this.
你是说，在廊丘之外，
多到超乎你的？不，应该说，超乎所有生灵的想象。
That
不过，
pause was
以
very
视野而言，这仍然不
weighty.
是
That
重
was a
点。
weighty little pause. It's more like more than you ... or really any living being could ever imagine. There's like that kind of gravitas of that realization there.
除了岛之外，海中还存在着真正重要的地方，就让我们叫它大陆吧。
Is this the imaginary
那
tree?
里是文明赖以扎根的基石，是一切历史和传承的原型，
Okay.
也是唯一值得严肃对待的信标。
The cornerstone of civilization. So this is the first really concrete message from anyone other than Coralie and Helia, of course, in part 2, which relates directly to the cosmology of Honkai Impact. Because, at least my interpretation of this, because she doesn't know, or she doesn't share a world view with the Earthlings. So she knows the existence of this vast sea with innumerable islands. That's the Sea of Quanta and the bubble worlds within it. The bubble worlds within it. And then the continent, the beacon, which forms the cornerstone of civilization, is what I assume to be the imaginary tree. And she has this longing to get there.
你不像。
我也算是一
关于我的事，
算是提供了一些启
So
发。
Vegeta's sort of had contact with the outside.
这样说吧，在被我称为大陆的那个世界中，曾经出现过
And
许多
this
和影
is
灾
the
类似的
Honkai,
异象。
the anomaly that
或者
took
说
place similar to the
全
Shadow Calamities. The exercising of certain authorities.
在相关的记载中，这些意象最终十有八九都演化出了自己的意志。虽说促成这一结果的原因不尽相同，回情夺理。
So it
如
surprised
果
me
你
more
真的
if
不
you
存
didn't
在，
exist. So she
那我反而要更惊讶一些。
hypothesizes that the reason, like the unquestionable conviction she has about this kind of unifying will of the shadow is because she knows that inevitably these calamities all grow or form a will of some kind.
你还真是个可怕的女人。那么， 阿杰塔，你用如此独特的手法将我……
那自然不是
买卖。
没错。
不需要。
哎呀，你刚刚说，你难道就没有想过，如果这样的人，自从琥珀街大恐慌以来，白吉起初，他只是以为影灾受到了失控星，他本就是天资聪颖之人。即使不像我一样借助外来的知识，
really
恐怕也已经渐渐看清了藏于一旦他知晓了你的存在，
那又如何？虽然我此刻还很弱小，但凭他，凭你们，可无法将我彻底消灭。
哼，这你说的没错。御影七术的全能。无一不来自影中，就如同那街头巷尾渐渐盛行的围棋一般，乃是无中生有，化虚。可另一方面，虚就是虚，实就是实。啊，用生意场上的话来说，就是无论怎么高筑债台，钱总有一天是要还的。我们是在借用你的力量与你抗争，虽然这导致你暂无全能可用。只能以影中怪物的形态存在。
So the exchange is that they all need to return the powers they've used back to the shadow.
而你只需要……
既然你明白这些，
很简单。即便是在这种看似稳操胜券的情况下，你仍然害怕那个男人，害怕他可以想出什么。就像那天在琥珀街
，the shadow itself is still not immune to fear.
哦，对了，没错，白吉确实有一种方法。
Wow. Wow.
雨吗？
As if that wasn't obvious, Mr. Baiji.
如若真有神明，这可是你们为那孩子留下的锤炼之泪，又或是，为何总是功亏一篑？为何总是事与愿违？与其如此，不如让他到最后也不就这样，作为我的徒儿。
Oh, he's talking about Songchue. He actually really wants her to live like a fulfilling life.
天，何
Like
其不
to the point where he wishes she was actually just a normal girl. I suppose that's when he figured that she had to be the sacrifice. Deprived of teeth, claws, hands, feet, or a tail, this vessel should have been an inconvenient cage, but it was just what one desired, allowing the inhabitant to move freely within its perception. Yeah, all the senses were heightened. It was even possible to exercise authorities within such an extremely confined space, and the owner of that vessel could disappear into the comforting shadows at any moment.
看来你对自己的新身体很满意。的确，不算如此，我便能瞒天过海。
He's hiding in plain sight.
自然，谁也不会再怀疑你。阿杰塔，在你去往海中寻找大陆的期间，助你看管。没错，硬要说，我本来就无此意，在其他树都绞尽脑汁想要将我驱除之，我可是在为你担心。不如说，正因为如此，我才要把你留下。 没关系，想要理解这一点，你或许还要把自己……更何况，无论如何，之后的事，我就一
So
先拜
Ajita
托你了。
is trying to escape Langqiu and really the entire bubble world and go to
我的
the
分身
imaginary tree.
绝
Okay, okay. Because Ajita somehow ran into someone. Only shadows shall remain. So Ajita basically she encountered someone from outside the bubble universe, the bubble world. Oh, and we have the death recap. 'Tis the sport to have the engineer hoist with its own petard. 'Tis most sweet when in one line two crafts directly meet. The shadow cast by the wheel of destiny lurked in the dark. It only had to wait patiently, and everything would be just as it wished.
在你方才的梦中。
So, okay, we're back to Baiji talking about the dream that Dreamseeker had. That was all a dream?
关于你之前问我的那个问题，白姬先生，答案就在这里。
原来如此，这样想来，
白姬先生，我没有说。
哦，不必担心。不如说，在今时此刻，以及我们终于见面了，影。
哼，
是非因果，皆为虚妄。
嗯，我明明。
影中取利，亦是一种规则。既是规则，便可以假为真。
What？
哦，规则也能
在阻止多尼戈尔时，你曾趁机将意识沉入影坛，妄图恢复自己的力量。不过，那时你并未。既然你栖身于工具，至少此时此刻，
哼，照眼前的这个布置来说，你从什么？
虽这100年间，我等掌影中意志，或早或晚，所以，我冒昧利用寻梦者的书艺，促成了一场适于占卜的梦境，
special ability. What would that?
来验证我模糊的猜想。如今看来，我为这个事……
现在才意识，白棋用一场精彩绝伦的未卜先知，你应该知晓，我是无形之。
是啊，此地不是说话之处，各位。时间虽然紧，至于诀，
I'll just leave it here.
自欺欺。
Did he like bind it there? It's like stuck here, I guess.
看来你发现了，要听听看吗？首先，我不知道你一定对我存在深刻。比如说，我其实想建议你们在与白吉从先去寻找一处风水石，人固有一死。看来你的确是个，你知道天地万物。 而我一直瞒着各位树，改变规则最容易的方式，对其他人，但恰好，各位。而每当世界有求于我，其实我只需要等待。是的，我只是想告诉你们，从一开始，不如说，关于这一点，毕竟你们却故意。
一鼓作气，出发！
Ah.
驱魔者，刚才到底是什么情况呀？学医怎么好？这一旦机会合适，学医就会杀死树松去之外所有的树。
很遗憾，在确认了绝并不仅仅是弃用的情况下，
这么说，阿杰塔的事情也是绝做的。
这件事倒是阿杰塔。 他在七树之中，
可是那具尸体，
七树之中唯有他可。
Oh my god! I just realized. What if the link here is because we now know. Oh my god. Hold on. Okay. Wild theory, I guess. We now know that Ejira doesn't give a shit about Langqiu. And in the previous section with her talking to the shadow, she mentions that she knows of the existence of the imaginary tree, or what I assume is the imaginary tree, and the Sea of Quanta. In one of her anecdotes, Ajita says that her plan was to place pieces of herself, her soul or whatever, into all of these artifacts. And then, theoretically, if you were to gather all of the artifacts, put them all together, that would be, she would have, like, her consciousness back again. But while they're all separate, she's not fully there. We know someone who has been traveling the Sea of Quanta and the imaginary tree and collecting artifacts and putting them all in one place, which is, you know, like ripe which is like exactly what Ajita wants for her consciousness to reform, and that'd be Vita. We know that the museum below, what was the city called? Qiming. The world with the little Vitas, supposedly out on like the edge of the Oort cloud or something, you know, right on the edge of the sphere of influence of the sun. Theoretically, the real world where Honkai Impact 3rd takes place, the edges of it, where any further than the edge, you run into the imaginary barriers, blah 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 blah, the imaginary tree, you can't leave. What I'm proposing, I guess, as my theory, is that if Vita collects enough of these artifacts that once had Ajita's soul in them, she puts them all together in her museum below Qiming, and then Ajita can like manifest there on the imaginary tree. That's like her goal. What if this supposed contact that Ajita had with the outside world was Vita? I mean, that honestly, like, of all the people in Honkai Impact 3rd, that would... She probably is the most likely. That's crazy. It would be nuts if I was right. But it's plausible. Right?
那个，你也别紧张嘛，有师傅这个靠山坐镇，随手就制住。需要我指出吗？你都把紧张两……
It's nice to have some trip back.
丢人就丢人吧，咱当然紧张啦。你细想，先是多年未见的塔姨倒在那里，然后又瞧见寻梦者晕了过去，最后还不是情形着实变化的太快。哎呀，真要细细，要知道你们还只是跟他同行了一路，咱可是跟他搭伙了几十年，还处处听他这与头顶上悬了把刀。
宋雀，你应该不是。
虽然各位方才已经有所较量，但作为最初的当事，一切始于100年之前。我曾在阿杰塔的建议下，试图将离恶石像尽数囚于一枚特殊的星之环中。
A special astral ring.
阿杰塔称它为黄道星之环。只可惜，那是当我试图将离恶石像整合收束时，影迸发出的巨大能量，只是100年前的我并未想到。
So they're not actually fake astral rings; they're just pieces of the Zodiac one.
也会因此淡雨。
换句话说，当时的高密度能……
如果将离恶石像比作地球上崩坏能出现的具体形式，那么白吉先生的做法就是强行汇聚崩坏能，是按分生历史核心的办法来掌控全局。
那么，
很遗憾，以地球的经验而言，这是用无知无，不如说，廊丘竟然……
昔日罪业， 男子
是
宋雀。无论如何，先前寻梦者见到空中的影球之时，
不必道歉，白吉先生。如果真像梦境中预示的那样，
所以无论是喂，我们当然不会袖手，
因为希娜知道，不管是继续调查类似绿者的存在，还是为
而且，身为廊丘居民的松雀，可是和我们一路同行的伙伴。
This should be Bubble World, not Bubble Universe. By the way.
这还真是患难见真情呢。
多谢诸位相助，利于离恶实相，凭自身异禀，
有道理。等白吉先生他
永久消除影灾。
哦，
嘿嘿，是。
So at this point, only Dreamseeker knows. Dreamseeker and I assume Baiji and
果然还是要考虑。
Songchue know that it involves Songchue's death.
徐梦者，你在想什么呢？
Hi,
咱怎么
Songchue.
觉着你自打醒来就一副心事重重的样子
啊？与其说，
确实。老话说，梦境和现实都是相反的。没想到咱师傅竟然能把你的梦境当做……唉，决议的事情真是越想越让。不过你也别担心，有咱师傅和树在。
松雀，你……
哎，得，你这又要小瞧我了不是？克拉丽不是说，咱就是那种危在旦夕也要抓紧睡个午觉的人，
也能大吉大利。
你学的倒挺快。
彼此，这倒也是一种……
哎，陈学姐
What the?，
欧夏和廊丘的信号又通了吗？
Jump scare.
貌似没有，可能是白吉那边有。
确实，如果白吉先生不是匣子的千城纪元，这个我们如今习以为常的词汇，其实暗含了欧夏作为而廊丘。
什么？
这也是我和白吉先生当年。 他和阿杰塔女士合作，制造了末日之矛的赝品。这样，廊丘使用的赝品可以受利托斯特调控，与影的规则深入结合。更准确的说，是将记忆与时光之匣。
而现在的结果也说明，如果预
So
先
they
没有
have
留
like
下这
a
手，
tampered with Anchor of the
我等已然
Apocalypse.
死无
The
葬
one
身
that
之
we are using in Langqiu is tampered
寻
with.
梦者，如果用现代技术语言描述，你所经历的。 是利用影球搜集的实时数据，以记忆与时光之匣作为云端，以你的大脑作为终端。理论上说，同样与数据之海有复杂渊源的希娜，甚至我……
哦，刚才陈学姐说，赝品末日之矛可以收利托斯。
你推测的不错。
师傅，
没事，我还不算病入膏肓，只不过……
那师傅需要我？
对啊，要不……
不必。此时，事关……
可是，
莫慌，各位。
是的，我们需要。
在我离开的这段时间，
你
不必。毕竟在绝背叛之后，而另一方面，考虑到我们可能这样做，也更有人情味一些。
Yeah, he's always thinking about Songchue. That's touching.
各位，我们稍后再会。
寻梦者，你可别因为逞强，像你梦里的我。
那倒没有，毕竟，如果说如果这种能力的确可以毫无条件
梦境和现实，这样分析下，不过，在你不知情的情况下，将你身上潜藏的能力加以激活，这就是你对
恐惧。
恐惧，尊敬。
算了， 还是先说正事吧。
考虑到你刚才所描述，
想要把什么？
算了，奇怪吗？不过，我之所以，而是因为他们原本就知道。你别急。怎么说呢？在梦里，我虽然目睹了一场谋杀，但他却已经被事先张扬到了凶手和受害者都完全心知肚明的。
心知肚明。
没错，虽然我不知道对数。
I'm glad that we exposed the whole thing.
真的？你是说白吉先生他？这的确不像是适合摆在台面上的戏。不过，
松雀小姐，
怪不得即使被白吉先生看在利托斯特死去后，根本不存在什么重新分。看上去，现实中的爵还不知晓这张底牌的存在。无论如何，虽然不是通常意义上的时间旅行，但
改变世界的蝴蝶，
那倒未必。只是按照最乐观的想法，那这就是老生常谈了。一个任何人都听说过的道德困境，就像寻梦者刚才
实事求是地说，这仍是可能性最大的一种情况。各位需要明白，无论是白吉还是松雀，
确实，池学姐提醒的对。如果我们只是初来乍到就能帮他们做出最好的选择，那他们所面临的一切根本也称不上什么危机。
All the games.
但这样岂不是说，如果松雀被树亲手杀死，才是解决一切的钥匙？我们此刻争取到的事态，
我刚才那样说，也不是为了让大家。我感觉你总能比别人更快地领会道理本身，
You get the bigger
但也往往
picture
完全不
faster
准备
than
按照道理
most.
去做。
Yet you're never ready to play by its rules. I like that one.
都按道理做事。
不过，我们所认识的那个松雀，真是个愿意牺牲自我的。这其中，
无论什么样的隐情，如果这的确是件有转圜余地的事，而换个角度来看，如果要靠几个刚刚来到这里的外人指点江山、决定命运，那这个世界似乎也没有多少存在的价值。
Fucking blunt.
那好，面对一个如此，
对你来说，援引天命女武神的作战守则，始终站在大多数民众一方。很简单的判断，不是吗？
Sacrifice Songche for the world.
当然，根据我在逆商接受的教育，无论我们如何选择，都必须与当事人一样感受这当中的重量。世界上并不存在次要的恶，每一个个体的死亡，都象征着一整个世界的死亡。虽然我将会交给你算数，但它不能丈量道德和不可逆的恶行。
There is no lesser evil in this world. Each death symbolizes the end of an entire world. Math might help, but it can't measure morals or irreversible wrongs. That's another line. the irony of this is that anti-entropy is supposed to be the like nerdy scientists faction, but it's these people who know that math is not the answer.
只是话虽如此，我是不怎么相信。
不能两全其美，倒也没什么。这个世界上有很多种。
哦，我猜，他是在考虑抛弃廊丘的可能性。是说像那些末日电影里描述的一样，带领民众离。
果然，
只是白吉也研究了末日之矛很多年，我没有。
太好了，
但也可能面对更大的麻烦。这倒也无所谓。
这还是不要太当真吧。希娜，考虑到后果，你绝对不能在现实中真的那样去做。我可无法保证白吉
啊，我只是想。
没关系。 大家还有
那确实，能看出来，你是。
哎呀，这么比喻，赫拉利、赫利亚，当然还有，你有一个更重要的人。
耶，这么热闹，反正也没咱们什么事儿。这，实在抱歉，我们三个重要的事儿。
其实，
哦。 没，
倒也不。
那，陈学姐，
等等，
别担心，反正我们就，那还，放心吧。
既然事不宜迟，
好。
那，嗨，不是啥严肃，就算没有，真要说起来，咱还没带啊。
也对，之前的那些经历。不过陈学姐，如果有合适的机会，或不对，这种思。
许梦哲，
啊，其实我也正好想多聊。
啊，还真识货。哎，等会儿，咱之前。 提过廊丘石勒吗？
Going on a date with Songche is not too bad.
这琥珀街得有多少年没见过这种阵仗了？不对不对，从廊丘被分出来开始，琥珀街根本就没有过这种阵仗。
那是，比起梦里，他的动作倒是看来。 对于廊丘的
可咱也就告诉过一个人呢，怎么会传？哦，合着是……嗨，看破倒也未必说破。第一次见面的时候好像，反正也正准备带你逛逛。虽说来不及换衣裳了，
可是
这你可说对，嘿嘿，说出来也不怕你笑话。但后来真的有名了之后。 这也算是咱的许梦者，
的确，
这就对喽。有时候不就是这样吗？得了显赫声名，就别想着人间烟火喽。
这么说来，
嗨，那也忒不自然了。真好呀。
Oh my god, they're playing the knife throwing game.
这年头了，还有人玩这种把戏。
That Helia and Coralie made.
可惜咱现在手生的很，放在以前可得给他们露一手。哦，不对不对，那岂不是暴露？
逛逛街吧。
怪了。 平日里他家生意也没好成这样吧？雇人来假装排队了不成？哦？哎呀，瞧我这记性！ 寻梦者，快来这边，咱陪你挑点好东西。哎呀，咱也太来，挑挑有。寻梦者，
抱歉。虽说比起梦境里，从目前的情况来说，但
In fact, all time has already been spent, with life merely reflecting an irreversible process that's gradually fading away. And this bustling street mirrored this notion of an inevitable demise.
不知道。说起来，之前一直在应付各种突发状况，怎么说呢？这么热，
嗨，这不是你是不是还在想师傅的那句？
大概是吧。
虽说也能你喜欢多少咱就买，
要不还是松雀你来拿主意吧。
这哪成啊？
至于我自己的想法，也可以。
嘿，那就先这么着啦。他。让咱琢磨琢磨，接下来该上哪儿呢？人生无非就是吃喝玩乐，那咱们就一样样来吧。哎呦，仔细想想，咱这说的还真没志气呀。
果然是老铭记得有果子吗？在口味方面，也实在是很专一呀。
托尼格尔，
喂，你们两个吃个点心而已，
可是，难不成就在？
不然呢？
哎，是希娜他们。抱歉，我得先
通讯。
对，
好呀，咱还正准备让你先去随便走走，咱自己在这儿排着就成。
倒也不用。
嗨，你搁这……
好。
哎，寻梦者，再会啦。
Oh, that hurts. That hurts to say.
再会。
悉数全部苏醒，克拉丽，会不会虽然相对而言损失更小，
没办法，毕竟寻梦，
我也正准备，该怎么说呢？
你是在陪着松雀，
所以，
另外，根据陈学姐的说法，即使毕竟如何确保欧夏在引的惊涛骇浪中幸存？而且，虽说廊丘的居民人数不算，
确实，不过，只是从个人角度而言。如果无论怎样打倒他们，恶魔在不同的时代都会以不同的形态重新出现。尤因老师过去对我们说过这样的话，
听上去他那时候可能正在……这个应该确实。寻梦者，松雀他，无论可既然你会梦到那样的未来，廊丘的真相，
你是说，真正的他，或许和我们
也可能是某种难言之隐。而且，为什么杀死一个人能够拯救世界，这一点本身仍然很奇怪。
总之，无论在电车难题里你站在哪一种立场，你也不可能救得了自愿去死的人。
Yeah, this is pretty much the trolley problem.
所以趁着还有时间，我们这边还是会一起尝试其他办法。
那，如果我甚至探寻不到他的想法呢？无论如何。他也是期满，
那就利用这段时间，好好和他道别吧。克拉丽，对了，试着问出，而是你自己，毕竟，克拉丽，总之寻梦者，就算，呸，虽然只是一种，不过我总觉得他还是会很害怕吧。
我明白了， 希望那个时候，我们
借你。
倒也是，你们原本就一荣俱荣，一损俱损嘛。嗨，咱也真是糊涂了，怎么也不可能会是你嘛！拜拜啦，多尼格尔。
多尼格尔这就要走？
嗨，有时候，而且除了利托斯，哎，好啦好啦，不说，嘿嘿，快尝尝看。
Oh, this scene again.
啊。谢谢。其实，我也很喜欢这种油酥酥的点心呢。
不是吧？还真瞧不出。虽说改良了不少，但怎么说也是老字号，又是油。咱自己试过苦日子的时候，吃不太到油。哎，别看，可不是故意带你来难吃的地方啊。
不过，松雀，你似乎总是很怀念过去的生活，而且看起来，也许这只是我的误会吧。不知道为什么，我总是会因此想起一些故事里常常会出现的人物，享有着地位与财富，到头来却更想过普通人的生活。
People who have everything but yearned for simplicity.
得，咱才不会呢。后来的好坏姑且不论，但在100年前，真要有的选，你说谁不想啊？是咱烟火气提的，看别人过寻常日子，咱当然喜欢的很。
可现在看来，成为树除了星之环所带来的限制，树的身份也意味着相当大的责任。啊，
那当然，世界上哪有光是好处的事儿啊？就像你刚才问的那个，无法自己主。不过，既然你仔细想想，要是今天，哎呦，好像也说不好。万一咱也学了斯卡德，那还反正咱早就想明白了。从很多年前起，咱每多活一天，那其实都是赚来的。
Dance to life's drumbeat, sing with glee, laugh at death's sweet melody.
再聊这个也没啥意思。吃饱喝足。
Even the most profound serenity of the sage might hide deeper sadness beyond the reach of the ordinary.
反正点心什么时候都吃得上，它有些好玩的，还得就趁这时候才有呢。
各位，距离午夜的烟火也就不到半个时辰了。
哦，今天竟然还有正经的烟火吗？
I can't
不到
run.
半个时辰，想必是比师傅回来要早了。哎，那边是什么？怎么这么热闹呀？
Pots? With an agility honed from years of living on the streets, the girl slid into the bustling crowd. The stalls lining the road seemed mundane, peddling just everyday wares. However, they drew many curious onlookers. With the current ambiance, not everything needed to carry a weighty significance. For most, simply idling away time was a way of attaining bliss.
不过嘛，嘿嘿，来都来了，老板，麻烦您把那边的，哎，等等。 徐梦者，你要不要也来看一眼？
我，
就当是个小游戏，猜咱猜中了，咱就忍痛割爱，送给你。
Something seemed a bit off. After that prophetic dream, the Shus anticipated Perception's moves. Could Longchill's situation have suddenly shifted, allowing them to find other solutions? Amidst all of this, Songchu's vitality didn't look like forced optimism. Everything nearby seemed to contrast with the dream, a reflection of the changing situation. The livelier streets, friendlier relationships, clearer situation, and a state that wasn't so... Wait.
瑟利姆。
Thelema. Oh. Given the nature of the celebration here, it should have stirred up quite a scene. Hi, Thelema. I'm sorry that I'm playing an ultra wide and that your head is cut off. Yet, the crowd dispersed silently, like puppets without strings. Is she controlling the whole crowd?
你的品味还是算了吧，小瘸子。以我的了解，那可是真……
原来这么快呀！咱还以为先来的会是灯姐呢。
This was truly perplexing.
许梦哲，能让……那个，咱担心等下
不好看是什么意思？
Hi, how's it going? Brozy? Can I say that? Rosie.
据我观察，虽然原理不明，有可能只是自暴自弃的妄想，但所谓异类之疑，
The Rite of Tears
至
requires
少
a
需要由
Shus to
术将
infuse all
有
the
之脉
shadows
络
into
悉
Songchua's
数汇
body.
入僧
Rosie,
切体内。
welcome to the stream. How's it going? We are, I think, a bit into Act 2 here. Chapter 3 in Part 2 of Honkai Impact 3rd. There's starting to be a lot of qualifiers there, so I hope we can, as a community, figure out how we are going to name these, because Honkai Impact 3rd, Part 2, Chapter 3, Act 2 is a little bit too much. But so far, I mean, I've been loving this chapter. I think the exposure of the people's, like, the interpersonal relationships here, and then also like the kind of the threat becoming more and more concrete here is really, really good. I've talked at length about it before, but I think chapters 1 and 2 definitely moved slowly, but I think they have been instrumental to setting up chapter 3 to be this kind of focal point, this climax of the story. Perhaps it's not just Baiji who can perform the Rite of Tears. So basically what I'm seeing is, assuming that the Rite of Tears is infusing all the shadows into Songchua's body, and then Songchua said she thought Lantern would be the first. It's like all the Shus are basically sacrificing themselves to become part of Songchua. That kind of... something like that.
好啦，用不着躲躲闪闪，很快就会结束。我只有一个问题，小瘸子，先把白吉的什么计划丢到一边去。你究竟想活，还是想死？
Do you want to live or die? Thelema is just not beating around the bush. She's right to it.
这不是也没其他法子吗？
Yeah, so she is accepted
我
this.
说了，我问的是想不想，不是该不该。
I asked if you want to, not if you should.
那还是就这样死掉好一些吧。
Wow. The sudden 180 in tone, like Songchua's voice actor. Like, again, every single time we reach these pivotal moments with her, it's like she has the perfect tone to convey what the scene requires.
松雀，你
真没意思。
Oh, the music. It's from chapter 35.
瑟利姆，
没什么好问的，我只是今天兴致还算不错，破例想让自己的宠物自己去做决定。既然他非得这样，那我也无所谓。反正白吉会做出他的判断。
Her eyes are very hypnotic.
那我要是选另一个呢？
那就没人能强迫我的宠物做他不想做的事。
No one can force my pet to do anything she doesn't want to do.
你应该也明白吧？我早就说过，
只要成为我的下仆，除非我自己不复存在，就没有任何人能伤害他。就算代价是整个狼丘，我也不在乎。
Oh my god, this is a Raiden May's line. I would sacrifice the world for you, even if it costs all of Langqiu. Telema is willing to give up the whole world if Songque doesn't want to die. That's crazy. It doesn't matter to her what the decision is. That little zoom is kind of crazy, but as long as it's Songque's decision.
区区宠物而已，我想要多少就有多少。
It's if she wants to live, then Thelema will do everything in her power.
那个梦倒的确是真的，是瑟拉佩姆带我来到这儿的。你们应该明白这是什么意思。享乐的道途的确迎来了终点，但那又如何？即便已是残疾之身，犹如一个渐冻症的患者。唯有通过结合的力量，才能。当然，说这个可不是想让你们怜悯，只不过觉得你们自欺欺人的样子，未免太可笑了一些。小雀子，如果你想后悔，现在还来得及。
I love Thelema. Her character it's so interesting because she has the trope. Okay, she is a trope and a half, and then every single time you interact with her on things that actually matter, it's like completely flips from that.
“没听见吗？我说，你想让我们救你，现在还来得及。
Even if it costs Langqiu, the whole world.
宋雀，你难道真的要？
So now it's Songque's own decision. It's like herself or the world. And, the music is so fitting here too.
怎么了？
以防万一，最后再这么叫你一次。总之，谢谢了。
Thelema wants Songque to make the decision herself, of her own, completely selfishly, but Songque it doesn't have that in her.
愚不可及。
That was so
真是抱
good.
歉啊，寻梦者，咱本来还打算装作不知道你知道呢。咱这啊，可别误会，要是什么事儿都说出来，再说，你们背着咱商量那么长。
可惜，我异类之疑，我们根本不需要等待，它此时此刻就正在进行，而现在我们本身就是你给自己规划的最后一程。
别偷。
可既然如此，松雀，原本我不说出来，但我现在好，他们特意让我留在这里，也就是说，身为一个欧夏人，现在，克拉丽和松雀，能告诉我你为什么愿意那样去做吗？
Yeah, we're confronting Songchue about it. That's the main thing.
咱一个人换整个廊丘，怎么看都稳赚。
你打算用刚才回答瑟利姆的方式？
我难道就没有一段英勇、美好而又虚幻的过去？幸运的写
松雀，
哎呀，也别这样嘛！你应该在梦里知道了吧？咱那个星之环从一开始就只有让咱被其他树杀死这一个功能。总之，这也不是咱决定不要自杀就能解决的事儿呀。哼。一类质疑的关键在于其他树的行动。
almost like fatalist about this, where it's just like that's how it was always supposed to be, so that's how it's going to be.
既然自己的生死要由别人来选，
Since my life or death isn't determined by me, it's very fatalist. It's like she feels she has already accepted long ago that she has no control. And that's like it's very important that the Thelema conversation just happened, because it puts it into contrast how Thelema, who's it's like almost like a beautiful dramatic irony. Getting late, yeah. I mean, it's late for me too, but I want to get through this because I've heard so many good things about chapter 3. So thanks for stopping by, Rosie. I'll see you around. Yeah, I think it's a beautiful piece of dramatic irony that Thelema, the shrew of pleasure, but who wields the power of domination, she's literally the person who strips people's free will away. That's what she does. It's her power. And ultimately, at the very end of the road, she's the one who says to Songchue, a person who has long accepted that she has no choice. She says that Songchue's personal choice is the only one that matters. I think that's like the most beautiful piece of dramatic irony so far. It's so ultimately somewhat inconsequential right now because Songchue chose her own death. Thelema, like, she didn't go into action. She didn't jump into action to try to save Songchue, even though it seemed like she was quite willing to do so. But I think it's very important that that conversation even happened, because dramatic irony, it just feels good to read. It's sad, of course. It's not like a sadness kind of sad. It's more like a reluctant acceptance kind of thing. It's like you can't help but pity Songchue for not having the choice in the very beginning, and it's like upsetting that she accepts it, but logically speaking, objectively, it is the right choice.
是福不是祸，是祸也躲不过呀。
There's so many Chinese idiom or like a play on words that just doesn't translate over.
是福不是祸，是祸也躲不过呀。
Her answer was far from being truly sincere, but for now there's not much you can do.
虽然瑟利姆他们表明了自己的态度，但如果其他人也来到这里，
哪能呢？就算是灯姐，也不至于完全不给他们面子。真要厚着脸皮，还像刚才一样。
唉，既然你都这样说了，之后的事情之后再说。
多谢，啊，快！
It's like you're watching a husk of a person who's about to die. She is like fully accepted it.
他把雪白的手啊放在我的肩膀上。
Oh, that was really good.
祝福我要活得轻松，像那青草生长在堤岸旁。但我那么年轻，始终不肯同意，如今却又热泪盈眶。
倒是蛮应景嘛。
但我那么年轻，始终不肯同意，如今却又热泪盈眶。
Wow,
怪
that was really good.
附近是不是没之前热闹了？
哎，那边的两位，你们怎么还在这边？
哎
Are we not supposed to be here?
两位，可别光在这边逛了，烟火马上就要开始放了，在这儿可什么都看不见了。
怎么这就
Gotta run
不成？寻梦者，咱也得去找个好地方。
on the bridge, I guess.
哎呦，可真比咱还会夸大其词呀！这不是也还早吗？
Oh, my ultra wide.
不过咱是得先。
至少看起来是课室。
It's always the fireworks in Honkai Impact 3rd. Whether it was her identity as one of the 7 Shus, or the authority of the shadows, none of it made sense, and the consequences of defying the right of tears couldn't be any clearer.
可越是这样，他……
寻梦者，你喜欢听故事吗？
怎么？你要
回忆是种不可靠的，所以咱本来也想，结果当了这
可是因为满打满算，
怎么？他肯定是有什么部位说不准。他虽然看上去……怎么，吃惊啦？咱走南闯北那么多年，这点心思还是能看出来啦。
所以，你的意思难道是为了回应我的想法？ 给我留下一个，
咱实在没有那种大义凛然的东西嘛。要咱说，这会儿也的确是个好机会。 应该，就算咱真的就这么死掉，别人也会因此总是记得。可咱偏真要说起来，你看，那边
路人。
是呀，你看那边带着女儿的父。哎，这么说，在你那场梦里，咱真的死了一次，有没有从容？哎，既然这个，咱没有打断你的意思。
虽然你利用自己的身份做掩护，却杀死了其余所有的树，我们彻底失去了
我算是明白了。要我说呀，咱们都是普通，这样说起来也不怕你笑话。在那之前，咱还以为自己真的一点都不怕呢。
可是，
哎呦，就算，而且，怎么说呢？就算他和小色拉都愿意保我，到最后，哎，先不说这个了，
其他的，那时候，你讲起了自己小时候在孤儿院的经历，
这倒有意思。现在你回去的话，会和……
老实说，不过如果你希望的话，那位欺瞒之术，
希望者，毕竟也是传说中的人物，可是，恐怕咱还是要让你失望啦。就像你看见、听见，是个骗子倒也还好，但其实，咱确实什么都不是呀。这么说可真没志气啊！那时候，咱踌躇满，结果呀，都不怕你笑话。从孤儿院跑出来都……不过所以呀，咱就换了个主意，没本事也不要紧，只要能……结果呢，做了不少委屈自己的事，没有当好人的天赋，没有当坏人的能力。思来想，可咱在江湖上无名无姓，说出话来也是没人相信。
原来松雀不是你的本名啊！
嗨，咱孤儿院长大的，本名能帅气到哪里去？玛利亚，多老，
那倒也是，
对吧？松雀大师，那立刻就不一样了，金发碧眼也能说成是仙风道骨。
Her real name is Maria. I see.
不过没成想，就是因为做着不积德的买卖，咱最后遇上了师傅。照理说，既然咱命中的富贵全靠师傅赏光，可咱又觉得，真要事到临头，只是，咱心里虽然害怕极了，可脸上却又抹不开面子。徐梦哲，虽然大家都不会把话说的那么直，但你们欧夏流传的那些记载，要是让一个认识咱的人来写，没有半点用处，连个骗子都当不好。就算有时候姑且能讨人喜欢，但也没个长性。老实说，比起自己的小命，咱本来就被乡亲们当作七术当中最没用的废物。要是这种时候不支棱一下，以后咱还有啥面目？像现在这样。
I'm one of the 7 Shus, but I'm worthless. I'm not good at anything. If I don't do this one thing, then what is the point of me being here? What is my, like, am I, then who am I really? It reminds me of Pardo and the end of her sim in particular. That was, again, is like one of those things where it's just like, MiHoYo's put out all of these new games, Genshin, Star Rail, and now Zenless Zone Zero, but the weight, the gravity, you don't feel that absolute, like, the determination and the sadness. I don't know if it's sadness, but the melancholy of Pardo, like, supposedly, by her own account, the weakest of the 13 flame chasers. You don't, but she walks up into the line of fire and she holds the thing open, and the whole time she's monologuing to herself, why am I doing this? I don't understand. And it's because she is one of the 13 heroes. It's like she made the decision almost unconsciously to save the world. And you feel every single second of that, her internal debate. And it's just incredible the way that is presented to the player. The way it is in Honkai Impact 3rd is something that I don't think has been properly replicated in any of these games. That final line that Pardo says, where my name is Pardophilus and I am ... and then Kevin and Sue complete it for her, a flame chaser. It's not just the line itself or the character monologuing about it, it's the way it's presented in the story, the way you take control of Pardo, and you inevitably walk towards that her doom. You control her as she does it. There's something about the way it's presented that really makes it that much more, for lack of a better term, impactful, that I feel like they haven't been able to replicate in Star Rail or in Genshin or in ZZZ in Zenless. And I'm not, I don't know, I'm not sure why. It's the lines themselves, the execution, I think it's because we play so heavily into their perspectives. Like, for that whole arc, we're not playing as any of, like, for the majority of Elysian Realm. Like, May, whose perspective we are playing in, like, takes a total backseat to the inner struggles of the Flame Chasers, like the everyday lives, let's say, of the Flame Chasers. So when everything starts going down for real, it suddenly means so much more, because these are characters who have lives. And we experience them living their everyday very intimately. It's not like you're told of their story. It's you lived their story with them for those 3 chapters. And that makes their like final struggle so much more meaningful. Yeah, there's definitely some missed opportunities, I think, because I think in terms of the actual writing, the setup of their personalities, I don't think there's anything. They're not lesser than Honkai Impact 3rd in any way. And maybe even the stories themselves, I don't think, like, Acheron's story, for example, is no less tragic than any of the, the great characters in Honkai Impact 3rd. But it's just the way it's presented. It's told to you. You don't live her experiences out with her in the moment. There's no, like, flashback scene where you're playing as her. The story is told to you in a trailer, and she hints at it in the game, but you don't experience the tragedy with her, as her. And that matters. I think that matters a lot for players to connect with the characters. I mean, I wouldn't know for Navia, because I don't play Genshin. Bellabong, I think, did a really good job, because it had such a cut down cast, and because the world is not a big world, so you get to see the little things that go on in people's lives. That matters. That matters a lot. People will say that a lot of the like very mundane, like non-story related things are for like the recent word for it is yapping, right? Which I kind of detest as an idea, personally. I mean, like, obviously things can get too verbose. I think that's definitely a problem that happens. But I think that living people's lives is important for making them fully fleshed out characters. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, yeah, and I think that's a problem that's going to exist for Genshin and for Star Rail, just because of the way their patch cycles and the nations and nations in Genshin and the worlds in Star Rail. That's just the way they're set up. They're almost set up to fail in that sense. I think we get a lot of spectacle because of it. I think the arcs they're very concretely contained, and that's fine. That's, I mean, it appeals to people who want to be there and see the show, if you know what I mean. But I think it definitely does place a lot of limitations on characters. And I think Star Rail's been doing a reasonably good job within those limitations. I think, like, Penacony in particular is like, we did get a lot of inner conflict especially for characters like Aventurine. I think Aventurine is like the kind of breakout example of that. But it's because they made the decision to dedicate an entire ass chapter where you're playing in his perspective, like basically an entire chapter where you're playing in his perspective, living his life, going through his inner dialogue. That whole sequence when he was imprisoned in the dreamscape by Sunday after after he gets interrogated by Sunday, and then you see him talking to his past and his future, that kind of thing, that I think that worked extremely well. And some people say that it was a lot of talking, which is true. There was a lot of talking with not much combat, but that's why that Aventurine had one of like the biggest 180s in public perception of of any character of recent memory, right? Like when he was first announced, drip marketed, and then went in the first arc of Penacony, in the first patch of Penacony 2.0, like no one liked him, right? It like he was presented as this like rich Karen, very annoying character, and obviously some people liked him for his design, and that's fine. But the fact that they dedicated so much time and writing effort into him made him so much more complex of a character, and they gave him a nice arc of like surface level Aventurine and diving into his psyche, and then at the end, how does he change as a person because of his encounters. And then again, like I said way earlier, it's because they built this scaffolding of like the discovery of self-worth, starting with Acheron, and then leading up, starting with Welt and Kevin, actually, from Honkai HI3rd into Acheron, and then into Aventurine's. That whole concept was super fleshed out, and Aventurine's own personal story is so deeply connected to that. All of the yapping was very, very useful. There wasn't, in that sense, I wouldn't call it yapping. I would call it exposition. It's a character coming into their own, and you don't you don't get that if you don't experience his story the way you did. If you don't have those 2.5 hours, 3 hours, or whatever it was of him talking to his own self, then you don't get to see all of that. He doesn't have that character development in the end. Or if he does, then it just feels very jarring. And Honkai Impact 3rd, the pacing just helps that. And I mean, I'm a little bit worried that they'll do kind of that for the Langqiu cast, because there's a lot of very interesting characters in Langqiu. Thelema, Baiji, Songque, obviously. Songque has got a lot. So I think she's very, very well, decently fleshed out at this point. The other 7 Shus, they're all, for the most part, seem to be very interesting characters. But if we move on from Langqiu because we're going to another bubble universe or whatever, or like some other thing in Mars is happening, that would be sad for me. Obviously, I don't know. Like, I haven't looked ahead. I purposely hide myself from the Chinese story. So I don't know what happens in the next chapter, but I hope that we get more of this cast for a long time, because characters need time to develop. The characters need to develop, and then the plot needs to develop based on the characters, and all of that takes time, and sometimes a lot of talking, which is what this is. But it's important to do.
要是咱真溜了，那这琥珀界的烟火也就根本不复存在了吧？你看，事情就是这样。到头来，钱财也好，
Neither cash nor life
小
holds
命
a
也
candle
罢，
to reputation.
什么都抵不过一张面子。反正要救郎秋，大概也没别的法子了。等那时候到了，咱只要把心一横，眼一闭，那从此以后，咱就不会什么都不是啦。能真正的青史留名，成为了不起的大人物。这样以后你和别人提起松雀是咱的朋友，那也能腰杆笔直，要多得意有多得意。
When you boast about me being your friend, you can do it with pride. That's a very heartwarming sentiment for someone on the brink of
就算那会
death.
儿，咱啥都不知道了，也一定能泉下有知。
Contradictory and illogical confessions. But even so, don't I have a brave, beautiful, even unreal past written on the golden leaf? Remarkable deeds didn't always require remarkable individuals. The Pardo thing again. But it was a shock to find Songque. Oh, I tapped spacebar by accident. The crux of this sacrifice, harboring such an audacious yet even absurd motive. Yet, when someone tried to argue against this absurdity, they had to admit most people in this time and place would likely make the same decision. Also, they'd use similarly absurd reasoning.
不，可是
At an utterly inappropriate moment, the first fireworks exploded in the distant sky, igniting cheers from the crowd. Then...
再见了，寻梦者。能保护好你，我也觉得很有面子。
No way. What? What? No. This is brutal, actually. Like this is what I'm talking about when I say, like, something about the presentation in Honkai Impact 3rd just it works. Like all of this little scene here. An unsent greeting card. Pasted on the front of the greeting card is a cutout story. Longshell Bedtime Stories Volume 5, Princess of Stars. In the boundless sky was a mysterious kingdom that belonged only to the stars. One night, when all stars were gathered, the dazzling white star told the stars what she had always wished for. Starlight can do more than adorn the night sky. I want to go to the earth to help the humans who live there. The stars objected. O noble princess, you are just one star, but there are millions of humans. How can a single star light up the wishes of millions of humans? That was when the black star came to the princess. It whispered, "My dear little princess, since you cannot help millions of humans, help one instead. At least in that human sky, you will be the only light." At the suggestion of the black star, the white star left the crown in the night sky and snuck onto the earth while a girl was wishing. The girl was amazed. She gazed at the stone which shimmered faintly and pleaded hopefully, "If you really are a star, please give me some more time. I haven't figured out my wish yet." The white star smiled. "It's okay. I'm the star that came for you. When you figure out your wish, come back here and call my name." And so time elapsed until a guest knocked on the girl's door. "What are you hesitating for?" "Just make a wish for more wishes, and you won't have to live in this shack from hand to mouth." The guest's tone was different from before, but the girl recognized such a bright light. It was the star she had met the night before. But why did it leave the appointed place? If it did, would it ever return to the sky? The guest saw the girl's hesitation and explained patiently. "My dear girl, please believe that I came for you. To be the only light in your sky is what I should do the most." Even with much confusion, the girl arrived at the promised place the next day. But instead of following the advice of her guest, she merely wished for a sumptuous dinner. Was that enough? Perhaps out of misgivings, or perhaps out of kindness, the white star slowed her return to the sky. As a result, she heard the girl's true wish. If dying is turning into a star, how can I let my sister live for me again? I want my sister to fly to the happiest place and become a star that shines only for herself. The next morning, the girl saw a dreamlike scene. The girl in white, whose face resembled her departed sister, was walking towards the cabin and holding flowers with morning dew on them. The back of the greeting card recorded the following. "Sorry, I know cliffhangers suck, but you heard from me in the dream that the Black Star could use better scenes. To summarize, it stole the White Star's princess crown and did evil in her name. Yet, the White Star was given undying light thanks to the girl's true wish, and returned to the night sky after accompanying the girl for her lifetime. The Black Star, whose scheme was exposed, was ultimately banished by the stars and turned into a real stone. Serves it right." The thing is, I only included the first half of the story so that you won't think the crown is tainted with the Black Star's evil thoughts. It's not. It's the bona fide crown of the Princess of Stars, although the Black Star stole it. Anyway, since I've decided to give the crown again in reality, I need to put more thought into it. So the Black Star in this case is what Songcho was supposed to represent. You didn't want to consider why such a present wasn't delivered at first, but suddenly appeared now. You simply chased after Songcho desperately until the fireworks ended and the crowd dispersed. the silence is absolutely deafening. Just killing her would set things right. Hence, this person could undoubtedly be labeled as the antagonist. In the same role, Songchue stepped back into her abruptly ended childhood performance. The sky darkened like the stage plunged into darkness during a blackout. She was selfish and cowardly, unable to justify her sacrifice, no matter how noble the act was. Thus, attributing a selfless act to her own selfishness might be her only excuse. Her deceit wasn't all that sophisticated, especially when she tried to deceive herself. In a quiet, secluded spot away from the bustling lights, someone walked with deliberate steps. His strides were measured, not hurried. Whether they knew them or not, people would always perceive someone with such composure as calm. Yet what he was about to do was anything but calm. In fact, it was quite the opposite. To eliminate calamity, he must first become someone's calamity. Oh, I have to fucking walk at slow speed.
不过儿
Feels like the Sue scene. There's a lot of parallels.
宏伟、侵蚀、破败，最终摊皮。所谓命运，尽皆如此。这位，想必就是松雀大师吧？
啊，懂了。您这是想让咱帮着看看坟地的风水？
李特叔，我能摸摸它吗？
如果你不怕咬，
哎，你这坏小狗！哎呀，
阿姨，刚刚借咱那个是什么来头？竟然可以自己削苹果？
那就是水果刀啊，全自动的而已。
Again, it's like these little things
这是什么书
are
呀？
what makes Songchue
嘿嘿，
such a strong character.
神恋。
It's a love
你还没
story.
长大，看不得，看不得。师傅，你说咱刚刚使的那一式如何？
架势不精，胆气不足，口诀还是现编。松雀，你这几日仍需。
啊，师傅，别念了，别念了，咱这就练起。
自我这恐惧而生的一项吗？
The one face born of fear.
无用。
My God, the music. Not this music, man.
“小叶子，你是来陪我的吗？”
For some reason, she threw off her usual energy at this moment.
也是，你不会说话，没关系。 如果可以，做一片被风托起的叶子，飘去世界外的任何地方，比如说看不到尽头的蔚蓝大海，晒得烫脚的沙漠，绿地毯一样的草原。又比如，不过，据说在承载你的大树还没有扎根以前，那时的大海还不是如今人们所说的数据之海。而我最喜欢你变成绿色，叠满枝头的时候。因为讨生活的那会儿，到了这个时节，洗衣服不怕冻坏手，拿到的剩菜也能多留点余温。被欺负了，这样说来，你才是陪我最久的朋友啊。所以，你应该不，你一定看到了，对吧
Oh my god.
在停电之后，身穿公主裙的女孩没有直接逃离孤儿院。事实上，她趁着夜色，趁着停电的空档，一件很坏。她在欺负过她的人的床单上留下了自己的鞋印，最后，她甚至偷走了他们霸占的所有零食。真的，他不知道停电是谁干的，说不定他就是和面包片沾满果酱的那一面突然掉在地上一样，但他就是想这样做，他就是想。也对。
Oh my god, the quiver in her voice.
是啊，既位于廊丘中心，又被所有人仰视，还有一位名叫玛利亚的女孩。真想不到，都过了这么久，我还记得大概怎么唱。师父。
Instinctively, Songxue shivered as their eyes met. Fear washed over her body in an almost imperceptible tremor.
抱歉，是我打的。
没。
你的新朋友。
我拜托小萨拉做了一些误导，不过。
Silence hung between them both. It's so fragile and easily scattered by a single word. Yet it's as weighty as a stone, and 1,000 words are unable to alter its core.
同族的小辈很喜欢这个故事。在眼中诅咒爆发时，出于好奇，我观看了一场。我想，哪怕在故事的最后，世人与天上的星星，你亮起时散发的光芒，的确如白
之星一般。She thinks she's the black star, but
咱演的可是坏事。
连这种时候，宋雀。
He remembered Songxue's face when she first faced this anchor. It was after a debate that could have ended her life. For a fleeting act of kindness, or perhaps a lingering choice, Vegeta's analysis gave him time to rethink. A century ago, he didn't jump to use the forbidden power on her. None of them did. The 7 Shus claimed their unforgivable evil and gave room for reflection, creating what the people of Oxia hailed for a century as a great act of kindness. So when Songque discovered that her life's countdown timer had reset, giving her another century to live, she slipped into the Shu of Deception's new act without hesitation. She painted herself with a facade of joy, pride, and hope, clumsily feigning the elation that follows a false alarm, and a happiness she couldn't genuinely muster. She tried to ease the guilt of the other 6 Shus, including Latos. And Baiji, of course, saw through it all. Now reflected in her wide eyes, Baiji glimpsed not himself but a dense fear. It was like an impending tidal wave crashing down upon everything. Yet he continued to wait for a moment he couldn't wait for anymore. Despite his efforts, time slipped away, robbing her of even a glimpse of peace. Beyond the role of her master, he also symbolized her closure.
师父，谢谢你。
So she's been deceiving everyone. She's not
不论白之星还是黑
really
之星，
like the energetic person.
他们都需要直面自己选
She
择的
just
命
played
运，
that role for 100 years.
不是吗？我明白，对郎秋和七树而言，我确实是近在咫尺。用这100年来，树当中的任何一人都可以为了切实握住希望，而成为我的处刑者。
The music.
可从结果看来，竟无一人如此。先是力托树劝我离开廊丘，再到大家先后睡去，勉力拖延危机到来的时间，甚至在危机迫近咽喉的现在，即使已经困难到需要瑟拉的帮助才能维持行动。瑟利莫小姐，老实说，看到大家竟然这么喜欢我，我非常……原来，一个什么都不是，也什么都没有的骗子，他真的可以通过欺瞒，体验到自己梦寐以求的真实。所以，身为七术的领导者，身为我的师父，你必须成为唯一的例外。为了虚无缥缈的可能，转而放弃手边切实的希望。
On this path that was laid a century ago, Baiji always walked ahead of everyone else. Thus he glimpsed the end of the road long before anyone else. There lay a chasm that severed the world's fate, where life's fragrance dissipated and death's shadow reigned supreme. There was no choice, no turning back. Peering down, all one saw was an illusionary light, and the sinister omens it harbored.
你说的不错。
That's right.
我来此地，正是为了亲手结束宋阙的性命。
师父，在这之后，一切都会好起来的，对吧？
为师向你保证。
就要死了吗？
Oh, I thought it was the chapter 35 theme, but it's not. It's like a piano cover of it.
没事的，没事的，师傅疼我，不会很痛的。
I wonder why they're reusing the melody though, because unless they're hinting that it's connected to Vita and Saw. My God, the voice acting there is.
Song Qu，别怕，已经结束了。
师傅，
看来为师终究是个愚者，100年之前如此，今日同样如此。
After a moment's pause, Bai Ji helped Song Qu up, finally calming her from the lingering fear.
宋雀，若是细数白吉所犯下的过错，在白吉的人生中，只有过一件正确的事。
Wait, hold on. So he chose not to kill her. She said earlier on, "You would be a fool." He said, "I guess I am."
"留下松雀，他无愧无悔。
师傅
They all valued her over the world.
松雀，我既已替郎秋做出了选择，就不愿再以事到如今作为自己的借口。你我都清楚，此刻摆在众生面，
我不明白。
你果然还是你，松雀。让我举个例子，你认为？ 在寻梦者预见的未来当中，在那个未来中，他作为恐怕恰恰是影着规则。比如说，我等集中数支取。
等等，该不会把绝联通影子塑造成某种？
如果那无相之相足够纯粹，便存有微小的可能。 使得树在全力施展各自的手段后，而如果与此相悖，在面对有形的恶神时，当然，若只从难度看，这也是。
That was like the chapter 28 death cliffhanger all over again. I can't. My heart can't take this. Oh, there's multiple of them. We knew that at the very beginning. We knew that there was more of them.
哟，这不是我们的白先生吗？对于自己获得的新力量，
贪天之功，适逢其最。
哎呀，那你倒是很适合这虚院之名了。哦，对了，就在刚才，
松雀，
别急，只不过，若是他，老实说，与你的之前你将树的原额扩为7名，那时你一定无法想象，看似最为无能的还记得我们之前的讨论吧？你的厌恶，与用我自己的语言来说，也就是淬火。这虽说是穷途末路之举，倒也能偷天换。对于蜕变本身，我相信大家并无享乐、殉死、结合，他们从前就失去了回头的可能。魄气、虚焰、气勇，但唯独欺瞒。你这，
阿杰塔，你不必追溯过往。
哦，你见过玻璃液滴？那是一种很美丽的事物，就像凝固。由于淬火的过程为它保留了特殊的应力结，但是，就像那些最普通的生活，比如，无论整个玻璃多么……
等等。
哎呀，我们从经过期数以，如果将影子的一切全能比作这种玻璃泪滴，那么与星之环结，它乍看起来毫无修为，只能借；但如果有另一位，它就会带着全部的影子全能，经历一次重整，摧毁一切规则。从学术角度考虑，我或许称之为受迫条件下的定向技术重整化更为精确，但。以你的品味而言，
The Rite of Tears doesn't necessarily involve her death.
师父，师父，师父，
没事
啊，那个呀，咱只记得利托叔当时好像说，哎，这么说来，他说自己对什么归零的，哎。 好像咱的记忆也不是那么不靠谱嘛，这不是全都不知道怎么回事，咱脑子里忽然
没什么，天道之事。
What？
恐怕我等并无资格臆测。倒是你，怎么突然又这么开心了？
YG just straight up compared Senadina to the will of the gods?
哎呀，师傅，
你既已做好了准备，你的新老朋友。
So they're trying something else. This is going to be a bit of a shock.
刚才那些幻象一定都是树狗的烟雾弹吧？
哎，如果任意一术有意阻止，那里都不是你们能随。之所以有人在梦里可以，
不过绝的力量似乎也不仅仅是
咋，这就吓破胆了。
我只知道你在那个梦里像野狗一样死在了路边，
God,
根本没人关心。
brutal correlate.
呸！那不过是使诈的幻术罢了。
寻梦者哪里亲眼见过？你要我说，就连那白吉也不可能是真要杀了松雀。他要能铁下这个心，过去那100多年，什么时候不能动手啊？
段哥。
可是，
嘿，咱回来啦！
松雀，
唉，吓死我了！
得了吧，你怎么知道这不算破罐破摔啊？
我们之前尝试陈雪那边推测，这多半和廊丘人长期进行的危机脱不开干系。当然，也不排除某位数在协助。
别这样说，克拉丽。
好歹，喂，想一出是一出的是你们，
段哥
锤子的也是你们。
I thought
我这做狗的
Songchue was going to serve as the comic relief forever, but no, it's actually him.
别忘了，要不是有个鬼东西在打影坛的，
哎呦，呵呵，对不起啦。
你道什么歉？你以为？
松雀，你师
傅说他要先把无相之相，也就
我看呢，他就是现在。
哼哼，那仗着这点多尼格尔，你鼻子
灵。得啊，当狗就当狗吧。哎。
除了我，没有更合适的人选了吗？
It's the gang. The quote unquote dead people gang.
白吉，他倒没让我太失望。
Yeah. It's cool that like Baiji knew there was another way, so it's not as evident. But Thelma literally said she was willing to throw away the world for Songchue. That's very good.
太好了，松雀姐姐没事，白吉叔叔果然不是坏人。
嗨，咱没事儿。比起那个，
A weird scene unfolded before their eyes. The shadow sphere, originally hanging high in the sky, was seemingly dragged by an invisible force and slowly fell into the distance like a black teardrop full of sins.
既然师傅已经
Very
开始
descriptive
了，咱们也得抓紧时
language.
间。这事儿说难也不难，其一，把诀从数据之海捞出来；其二，咱们按师傅的指导，将术的力量导向极致。作为结果，如果运气好，诀能改邪归正。满仓下注，1把决胜负。好消息是，你为什么这么想？为了充分要是实在不行，我说不定。
魏希呢？
嗨，别担心，我只是在考虑最极限的情况。嗨，那咱这又没有自废武功，万一横竖都搞……
事情这可不好说哦。作为胸罩的一环，如果没有你。我都衰弱的没办法自己走路。
That whole Songchue sequence where she was crying and shit, that was like, oh my god. Like I still have like a it still hurts a little inside for me.
要不咱干脆现场来试试运气？寻梦者是不是还没有玩过？
Oh my god.
来，龙门大阵，跳，大吉大利。那咱今天的运势可……那个，
实不相瞒，在你与白吉确认这不是其他器用。虽说每个纳物袋只能坚持半个小时左右，
怪不得我们在琥珀街。等等，如果
我只是不喜欢被动的，
必须做些作为借口。
你怎么知道？这么说来，
无妨。既然书虫也总和我说，只要大家，
所以，
切，事先声明一点，
多多。可多多看起来，
那么，咱的想法还是和之前一样，
这廊丘既然有你，我们就绝不能冷眼旁观。
是啊，和技术高度发展，人还是要有点冒险。
见死不救。
哎呦，真
实话说，我还挺想看看。
Then, just like when the world was opened up 100 years ago, people representing the 7 powers once again gathered together. Oh. Can I talk to the others, or is it just... Oh, over here. I can't talk to them.
没有更合适的人选了吗？
The others? Songchu's just standing here. I can't talk to them, I guess. All right.
你在吃糖吗？看你的表情，从前确实不喜欢吃，是某位自称大师的人物硬给糖果套上了，结果这一世。
A so-called master. She's talking about Songchu.
据说是希纳迪亚用他的魄气赢了我。是，我也不明白，确实可以有人在魄气。非要说的话，明白了。
除了我，没有更。
Oh, it's forcing us to talk to them all in order. Okay.
你看起来很开心。
说什么屁话！要不是顶着半个训死的名头，又不想破坏刚刚的气氛，我早回我。
你还真是喜欢说反话，嘿嘿。你们开心的时候，尾巴都翘得很高，还会摆来。
我还以为只有我发现了
啊，这不是。
Impossible to hide anything for those two. Tails are the dead giveaway.
瑟利姆，
你这态度是怎么回事？难道我是什么绝症病人？看你的反应，我一定让你觉得很可怜。啊，不，应该说很凄惨。
我并不是
有趣，末路自有它的趣味。否则，古往今来也不会有那么多的戏剧热衷于探讨自杀行为。只不过，比起这种古已有之的审美
，That came out of the blue. Holy shit!
一片片的私下过时的未来，再把它们裁成色姐姐。虽然不明白，谢谢。你要去哪里
So Thelema is still just like tied to Serapeum, I guess.
准备好了吗
Let's go.
无相之象
Out here.
不错，无相之象。打个通俗点的比方，
而填充这种许愿机的，
我等虽努力趋利避害，让影也能造福。凡是生灵，皆有恐惧。人出本善，破坏、杀戮，一切人为。
而无相之象，
然也，咱不是也说过吗？这些汇集起来的影子，就像是狼丘的墓地。毕竟，还有哪种负面情绪？
说起来，我们来是来，在琥珀街玩了这么久，也
陈学姐刚刚倒是嘱咐过我，说是一定要把仪式的过程拍摄下来，好方便研究。不同于异类之仪，这次的仪式，
为无相之象构筑外形。
之前，松雀也为各位简单说明过塑形之仪的过程，而在这个过程当中，
哎呀，老师傅，您就
我需要你们在塑形之仪进行期间，为我等护阵。
爱因斯坦是谁？大概算我妈，虽然她只肯让我叫她姐姐。没什么，总之这不重要，不用在意。
在我和克拉丽接受的课程中，倒有不少都和护阵相关。
哦，说回这个，总之就是别让奇怪的东西。
正是。
没问题，包在我们身上。
来到狼丘之后，我们也积累了不少应对影子。
你倒是自信。
Protecting the ball.
来吧，诸位，塑形之仪，以万有为筹，与天时齐命，无心无道， 尽付于此。
哦，真的出现了！嘿，我来搞定，我们上。到此为止，逃生过来，无私飞叶，还真是没完没了。来吧！
别想靠近他们！
走你！一起上吧，搭档！
稍等，希娜。
天罚时刻，
时机正好，你会喜欢的。
逃不掉！我还真是多呀！那，吃我一球！引擎点火，空中接力，看招！还没结束吗？堂堂来自星辰的脉冲，接招！
再坚持一会儿，我们绝不能在这里失败。
大家已经累了吗？那就都交给我吧。地面在震动，
拜金那边好像成功了。
The 3 exclamation marks is kind of funny. Most people fear their world because their existence will one day be erased by the world, be it as an individual, organization, or a concept. Generally speaking, none can escape death. Interestingly, it's because one recognizes the inevitability of death. That's why individuals believe in redemption, and the world has the power to evolve. In other words, even if humans despise fear and see it as the root of all evil, their creations and sacrifices are made on the basis of fear. Across the brooding heavens, the shadow sphere glided towards the tarn of final rest like a nascent black sun. None could foresee what would come after this eclipse, whether the land would be granted a fleeting reprieve from its troubles or shrouded in darker shades. Suddenly, Baiji recalled his childhood and how the seniors in his family spoke about him.
"秉智慧者，多求于自苦。这样看来，倒是一语中的。我这微末的测评之志。
The skilled swimmer drowns and the adept rider falls. They repeated the line. The leader of the 7 Shus, who tried to resume the reality of the world with falsehood, ended up trapped in the prison forged by the
智可
falsehood.
以谋人，而不可以谋天。拜祭。
After making many decisions, he eventually picked up the question that had been in his mind for over a century.
你们
Yes. A century ago, a man also asked such questions. How dare you glimpse heaven's will? How dare you change people's fate? How dare you decide the life and death of other beings? How dare you represent the will of all beings? How dare you control the greatest secrets and riches of the world? How dare you? Hold the fate of the entire world in your hands.
炎焰、华服、护从的追随，这的确是我所追寻的乐趣。但是啊，就像你说的那样，不够，远远不够。我还没有见过比你们更特别的披布，还没有见过比廊丘更有趣的舞台。这场短暂盛宴的诸般乐趣，我还没有一一遍尝。
This is Thelma's theme, the one that plays in her castle.
你的邀请，我接受了。
This is them all joining the
原本就只是虚无的议题。
joining the Shus。
我所追求的只是在此之前，我必须见证道路的终境，才能确信。而后，我会亲手消磨。既然我们的终局都是在罪恶中归于空无，放手一搏吧。
集体意志的代行者，这种复杂的事，我只知道大家在一起，所以也是我自己的愿。
灯就是我，我却不仅仅是灯。我不认为自己与那些未能幸存的同伴有什么区别。你的提议我不感兴趣。之所以不会成为你们的助力，只不过是用自己的方式。灯不会消失，只要影子依旧存在，就还有人需要光明。
Illumination is a little bit wordy for this. Its lantern won't vanish. As long as there are shadows, there will always be someone in need of light. Just keep it simple. It sounds better.
拯救世界。不过你延揽期数，分受厌恶之权，想来也不是为了什么摇摇欲坠的全能与云集雾散的同伴。既然接受了你的邀请，我承诺会不遗余力地协助你们。但如果有朝一日，这由虚焰所铸的平衡终究向死，合作愉快。
Vegeta's actually like
我的朋友。
the least driven here.
对不住啊，师傅，受了你那么多教诲和关心，但是我真的很开心，你愿意邀请我成为七术，还不知道星之环会付。我也知道，自己最大的特色恐怕就是平庸，但这里也是我的地盘啊。如果不能豁出10倍、100倍的命去，师傅。
我们一定会赢的。
The past was still fresh in their minds. Today's landscape feels like a repeat of yesterday's. They can't alter their destiny any more than they can change who they are. But they are still trying their best to change their fates because they failed to change themselves.
天意从来不随人。
Man proposes, but God disposes. That's a quote. Don't remember what for.
我等一路至此，也只可以谋人，而不可以谋天。纵天命不可违，这100年蹉跎，自复印失败以来，既然如此，飞蛾扑火。 其令焚身，无论命运将以何种姿态降临，我等七术均愿领受造神之罪。
这是
各位，塑形之一夜已完成。
Oh, these are the same signs that Senedina had on her.
届时，悬于廊丘上空100年的虚焰空岛，也将请各位随我换一处安全之所。
好。
无论影中意志化身为何种形貌，那都只是一道盛装意识的皮囊。
The Willow Shadow looks like Songxue.
咱明白。好了好了，那我
琥珀阶地势较高，足以规避影坛的震动。
咱也是这么想的。
正是如此。
那你们还是要动作快点。经过刚才的仪式，各位过去通过需要。
师傅，
那倒是。对我来说，如果只是单，哼，
啊。
小雀子，你说什么？我刚才没有听。
Thelema's after Thelema. Telema glanced at her disdainfully and then turned around and left with Baiji and the
松
others.
雀姐姐，你不用为这件事感到介意。历史是一场只有宾客，这是色姐姐。虽然色姐姐的潜意识说不可以把这，但是我想，现
徐墨者。
Okay. Very good. Good music. Were you actually running all the way to Amber Street?
他在干什么啊？多尼戈尔，别在这发呆了，快走吧！小心待会儿空岛落下来，把你砸成狗。哦，差点忘了。多尼戈尔，
影坛。
影坛？那你看着天上做什么？
是啊，既然想要看影坛，就该到它的源流之处。多么简单的。
你，我也听不懂。不如说他整只狗的表现都很奇怪。以地球的经验来说，
听不懂就一边去，别在这里胡乱解释。哎，对，你们不是要当什么拯救世界的大英雄吗？
那这话是什么意思？你总不会是打算临阵倒戈？
倒戈？开什么玩笑
This is all in one day.
不是同，老实讲，之前是被那我自由了。知道什么是自由吗？无论我做什么想什么，都和你们没有。这里风景好，哎，我就去，别在这碍手碍脚。
哎，你。
Head pats.
哎，算了，希娜，他说的对，时间紧迫，正事要紧。走吧。
早该这样。不送。 哎，每个人都有自己该去的地方。
托尼戈尔这家伙真是气死人了！把那条狗放着不管，没问题吗？附近有崩坏，没关系。
He's just
就
gonna
让他
chill
这样
there.
待着吧。他应该不会做什么出格的举动。一鼓作气，出发！
One thing I never understood about game design is like, why do they make NPCs run either slightly faster or slightly slower than the player? Like, why do I run fast? Oh, that reminds me of a certain someone. That reminds me of a certain boss. Like, why do I run slightly faster than Baiji? Why not just make him run at the same speed?
无妨，这火焰亦是与影中意志对抗的一环。先对付眼前的敌人吧，个中缘由。待转移到安全之所后，在下会向各位解释。
走你！一群奔友们，星辰的铁流。
Let's go.
“所以，刚才就是……
空岛迎来了他注定的命运。
等情况平息下来，
不慌。对影中意志而言。 消解影，别忘了，影坛中还存利托斯特平生唯一的志愿。可惜身为友人，这一愿望我终究……
利托斯特曾说，
是啊，他以自身为祭所供养的影坛，不必伤怀，松雀。 这一切因我而……当然，话虽如此，我依然会。不过，既然事实证明，若我们此番能彻底终结影子，如此，各位，请随我来。必要的仪式感，究竟应当齐备。
对于外面的世界来说
Visually, this is really nice.
或许也只是一个盆景。
我想，诸位应该明白。
The rain effect, the reflections on the ground.
我们使出浑身解
It
数
all looks really good.
也不过能将他从一个暗处的无形之神转。我等只是获得了弑神的舞台，所以，我接下来想说的是，当我们计划杀死一位神的时候，我们应当注意什么？或者说，我们究竟是想杀死一位神，消除一种权利？
What is authority? Some say it draws people in like bees to honey but corrupts their hearts. Some say it's like a plague, something intangible but fearsome. Shadows are born from the hearts of human, as is authority. It witnessed the uprising of the poor, where hundreds were called to action. It also witnessed the fall of a dynasty, where chaos befell everywhere. Mountains can be moved and times change, but authority remains eternally immovable. It has no form or shadow, but bears a hefty weight. It is inherited generation after generation, but shaped differently each time. It is a language, a story. It looks unassuming, but it is civilization's strongest weapon. It appears in thousands of ways and takes on countless different names. But regardless, it will morph into what humans intend it to be. Under the brooding sky, the shadow sphere drifted slowly. Upon closer inspection, countless somber blotches, writhing with restless energy, could be observed. They were intertwined shadows. Within that thick, enclosing shroud of shadows, the life form named Deity silently thrived. At first, it gained a sense of touch. The cool air flowed over its fingertips, and icy droplets slid down its neck. This new life felt its existence for the first time through the wind and the rain. Then came its sense of hearing. The howling of the wind echoed continuously over its ears, carrying countless whispers. Like wishes, obsessions, curses, those were the voices of memory, the imprints of fear gathering. And also its sense of smell and taste. Countless unexperienced feelings, countless calls, and countless prayers intertwined together, pulling and molding her character. Finally, the deity that controlled all authorities in Langqiu opened its eyes. Red-eyed Songxue.
这就是人类心中我的姿态吗？难道？不过也不会。
It looks, this is very striking.
啊，真冷清啊！大家都去哪儿了？
So this is sort of like perception with Songque's
还以为会
body.
有一场十分盛大的欢迎仪式等着我。
Oh my god, the like wide open eyes.
嗯？
Deadpan is kind of scary.
那是。
But she can see like the tracks. Gonna run into the dog, right? Hello.
多尼格尔，是你？难道说，他们不愿相信尚未出世？不过，既然我出现在这里，怎么？哎，好吧，无论有意还是无，既然与我出于同，没错，我还是曾人心。为什么不说话？现在难不成？
嗨，那您看我现在要怎么称呼您
The fuck？
唯有对自身存在充满怀疑之辈，才会不断用名字矫饰自。
没错没错，那个绝大人，绝一，这种时候您最需那，咱们性质相同，经历相似，应当很有共同语言。您看看，
这算是你的自我介绍，可疑到了极点。
我可是一早就对您心悦诚服了，尤其是您看，既然
你是去是留？好了，
好，我就这样大摇大摆的带您回去，
无妨。养殖场主倒也，我不介意让他们在各自。
白吉他们，不过倒也不能排除那个叫啊，要不这样，您该走前面，
随你便吧。
得嘞。
You just switched up on us? Crazy. I'm not touching anything. He's doing something. He's trying to do something to her himself, restraining her. There's no way. Huh?
心浮气躁，我本以为你会身前于我身边，静待时机。无论如何，你这突兀的攻击。
Why did we end up in this
按照
arena?
你自己的说法，不过你看，结果又有什么差？
耍帅的攻击当然要声势浩。
哦，会咬人的狗不叫，总是讲求一些毫无意义的仪式。是什么把你骗？
与你无关。
We don't get to see it?
我不理解，你应该能够感觉到我们之间实力的差距。即便如此，依然要负隅顽抗吗？你想要战胜的究竟是我，还是，比如说，你的恐惧？
Oh, I can just let her get hit.
真奇怪。
Oh,
你好像在压抑内心的恐惧。作为影的造物，恐惧难道不应该给予你更多力量吗？你所
Doesn't matter. She doesn't take damage.
究竟是什么？
Can I just?
哦，我明白了。你所恐惧
I
的，
suppose.
根本就是你的存在本身，是你的创造者给予你的本能吗？
真可笑啊！作为影子的造物，却真的成为了其他人的影子。
闭嘴！
Oh, the staff.
无论如何，你的反抗就到此为止了。啊，就此结束吧。我那力量的分叉，你不会再感到恐惧了。
嗯？
原来如此，所以白吉先生的意思是，我们应该做的是想办法绕。
是，也正因为如此，
陈学姐，郎球和欧夏，
我了解你们的愿望。
啊，陈学姐
的确是这样。更何况，一旦影的全能彻底消失，海的侵蚀
无妨。
凡事有备无患。更何况，
陈学姐的意思大约是，即使到
这应该没有什么用吧？如果是绝，
那倒未必。不过，此事
确实，白吉先生，请布置具体。
可不止这样，我们还要……
别客气，我们只是身为女武神，我们参加过很多针对全能的模拟训练。与规则战斗，我和克拉丽有自己。
感谢各位。
师傅，你看。
是。
I can't say that sounds very convincing.
代表整个冷。那么接下来，
等等。是啊，你们是英雄，你们想找死就去死，为什么要连累我们这些普通人？索拉，松雀姐姐，我不想死，也不想孤独的活着。啊，怎么回事？爱与之，大家都去哪里了？我们要消失了吗？不是的，我
坏了！如果那个异世空间彻底
与色拉佩姆结合之人，本该在100年，一旦异世空间消失
，Oh no！
那些灵
师傅
预谋其利，必成其害。这是他自己选择的道路。
色拉。
Eternal understanding, eternal happiness, and eternal utopia. But when death comes, what kind of eternity can withstand its grip?
好了，你哭什么？是大家不要走，不要哭。
Oh, because Thelma's one
我只看到了你
of the people in her mindscape, right?
痛苦的人，手足无措的人，他们全都是你，也只能是你。你本来就要
交给我吧。
After a brief stint of chaos. Oh.
逛逛街吧。轻拂的风，也是色拉，他情况好些了吗？
因为他安抚了那些正在消散的灵魂。
瑟利姆，
我没事，起码还有都是全能反噬而已，就算是七窍流血，或者变成植物人。好了，虽然无法保持结合的状态，大家，我会和他，无论是怎样的，你看，即便没有任何力。当然，即便形式不同，但这是我们自己选择的真正的贵族。行了，既然还是去找白吉吧。接下来就是最后的决战了。作为瑟利姆·努特里斯科的护从，你可没有打败仗的道理。还有，小雀子，没事了，你走吧。
Thelma's relationship with the others is so interesting because she puts on this facade of control, but she actually, like, of all the Shus, she's feels like the one who cares the most.
没关系，司令姆，放心吧，师傅，我准备好了。
看来，寻梦者，你们应当知晓，我曾以
是有这件事。
没错，在进行塑形之仪的时候，当年整合影之全能失败后，100年之间，以这些假身为依托。
哦，
月末8成。
那您要是想直接再来一遍自己当年做砸了的事，
诚然如此，
就不能和他报了吗？
先说结论，我的确需要各位协助松雀。
我吗？
而至于如何从外部促成这一点，事实上，由于危机的长久以来，无论是漆树还是普通居民，因此，如果
这别急，是说我们必须
不错。
也就是说，诸位虽然负债累累，但只要能把债权人给收拾了，
直白来说，
但这也意味着
是的，想要让星之环残片也能发挥出10成，首先，参战人员必须要与对手足够接近，其次，我等还需要等待星之环残片进入与全能调谐的状态。此前诸位在七星孽上所见的异火，唯有7处异火全部亮起，星之环残片才能发挥出完全的力量。
So we are waiting for the 7. These are the nails, I guess. The 7 astral ring
也就是
fragments.
说，要么我们需要等到这些火全都点起来再动手，
干等肯定不是办法吧？多少得做点什么。
诚然。
啊，我好像明白了，因为
希娜小姐果然聪慧过人，在漆树当中，出淤泥而不染者，唯有破漆。为完成塑形之仪，漆树的原始力量已达。
可是，白姬先生，你难道打？
是啊，我们。
赫利亚小姐刚才分析得很好，所以，我希望来自世界之外的各位，能否想方？如果能做到这一点，
也就是说，如果我们在战术上是负责佯攻，
雷厉风行是不？寻梦者，你们千万不要勉强。我们欧夏有自己的武装力量，如果局势的确无法收拾，虽然这样说对郎丘非常失礼，但对欧夏而言，
你的心意我们领。考虑到地球与所谓绿者的作战经验，这种靠机器人堆量的做法，比起相信那些只会按部就班战斗的铁皮人，你在地球上，我和赫利亚的那些前辈们，可是用各种……原来你这么能说啊！可
我明白，不过作为一种底线思维，我们还是会做好抛弃郎丘的准备。
无妨，无论如何。
2 out of 7 flames.
郎丘的未来就交到各位。
交给我，那我们就先出发了。
稍后见，松雀。灯小姐也是。
师傅，在灯姐和咱出发之前，咱可以单独。
Student dormitory? Oh, okay. Is this a new map? No, it's just the same overworld that I haven't walked through, and it has reflections and stuff now. It turned white?
一条狗？如你所说，不，我
的确，这里为什么会有普通的狗？
别怕，别怕，我们不会伤害你的。你是从琥珀街出来以后，
Oh, it only has one tail.
怪，总觉得这条狗有种熟悉
Maybe
的
it
感
only
觉。
has one tail because he got
外表
stripped
也
of
有
its
点眼熟
powers.
他总不会是多尼戈尔的亲戚吧？假如他有亲戚，
如果这就是你用来活跃，总不会。
那是
一鼓作气，出发！
Sword?
这是那个力图，这种插在地上的感觉。
生即为生，死即为死。为因为极的存在，让有与无生。然而，如若已然灭他，
结束了。
已经够了。
为什么？你应该知道我们的力量差距，也应该，但你还是就为了……
来吧。
好吧，你会化作我的养分。
不久之后，你眼前的一切，如同你所知道的那样，然后死得其所。看到了吗，利托斯特？是我赢，你的名字将被抹去。
He did it just for the toast.
这就是我对你的诅咒。真遗憾，多尼格尔，我们之间的较量，世界的主人。
Okay.
只剩下了武器。
Enter the shadow fog. Oh, just like before.
利托斯特，他
正如当初所料，你的确可以被称为必将毁灭一切的事物。尽管于另一个我而言，这一切早已再无意义。即便死而复生，能人所不能，我也绝非你的敌手，甚至无力护得多尼戈尔周全。但正因不愿屈身于可行之事，又或应行之事，使我才得以急流至今。
I wish we got to see him using his sword.
总是以死之术，也当一以贯之。纵使平生夙愿，将会因此幻灭无存，我们也必当缘尽于此缘起之地。
Ah? What? What is that? I have never seen that before. Captain on the bridge. Yep, give me my stuff. Back to the story. Oh, that's kind of anticlimactic. Wow, that sucks. Boss Arena.
来了，从多尼戈尔到利托斯松雀呢，就没有考虑过，我身为善士，
如果刚才跑回琥珀街的那条狗就是被夺，不如说，作为有恐惧训练而成的人工智能。
你们期望从我这里得到，如果你们愿意付出真心，更何况又能在和我的，
说不定。
既然但不生不灭的无相之，而我亲见你们的终局。
Let's go.
有暗影织就的百年长夜，你们曾安然度过其间一世。恐惧，它之所以断之不绝，正是因为人们深知黑夜无穷无尽。树凤凰，嘿，
走你！
世间之影，唯我恐惧。千行万象，皆为我。
Oh my god, Sanadu almost dead already.
去把他们轻轻敲醒。
哦，他这是，看就是与自。既然见识过危急，何必这么惊讶呢？在廊丘之内，影运万物，随行复轨，运化自如。
时机正好，倒计时。别走神了，头伸过来。
This does a ton of damage.
之造化，可成万物。
空中接力。
一可摧万物。
天上天下，只此一击。
你们可听过一个古老的传言？世人皆可一夜无眠，却无法一夜都不眨眼。而那些笼罩世间的魔物，正是生活在这避无可避的一瞬。
逃不掉了，别跑，真的5、4、1。喂，
Oh, that's one of those jump inputs.
蓄能完毕。别走神了，倒计时。引擎，点火。空中接力，来吧！呀，走你！时机正好，锁定目标。到此为止。
和自己的影子战斗吧，
我来打扫战场。在那别动，5、4、1，加足马力，冲过去！
世间之影，唯我恐惧。各位的力量，我将如数奉还。
有点研究问题呢。
I assume that's just phase 1. Oh.
幸运的是，失败并不意味着消亡。不过，你们又何必急于一时呢？
也许，反而是为了不让你急于一时吧。虽然我们的确不是你的对手，但7丁的萤火，不也只差1柱了吗？谢了，各位，咱们上吧。
来真的。
This is like a lantern solo. Yeah.
接影之法，灯姐，快把你的影子寻回来！
影是你们创造了我的意识，是你们 在看到结成果之后，却又想将它立刻毁灭。切！在一无所有时，不惜借助任何力量，也要让自己日日狂欢；而在狂欢的尽头，又不惜借助任何力量，也要让自己重新一无所有。人类啊，还真是矛盾到让我难以理解。这场百年虚世的代价，若想一一收起，恐怕你们必须倾其所有，如今为营掌控。
Yo, give me my shadows back.
想好遗言了吗？太迟了。
明镜照影，映彻乾坤。
Oh, that's cool. It's both her and her shadow can attack independently. Her reflection, that is.
天之玄妙，运化自如。是将天之玄妙，运化自如。快！
我会让你们化作齑粉。久违了，松雀。恩姐，时间到，保障都在。该到你，上路。
此间诸相，不过目上之影。
Is this the coolest shit or what? What? This is so cool. Dude, this boss fight is sick. Oh.
以正和，以击胜。你们的确找到了合适的人选，只可惜。
I'm just dodging the thing on the ground, right? Can I do nothing other than jump? Oh, cutscene. Let's go, Lantern. Oh shit, dude, lantern's the coolest. Oh my god, a snipe. Oh no, it's the bazooka.
可惜，你们早就已经把整个世界抵押给了自己并不理解的存在。各位，就让这场庆典就此落幕吧。
怎么？
What？
送去，送去！没关系，灯姐，这里，咱们。 咱们不是不，我们一起哪能呢？而且灯姐，那个时候，难怪白金没有。 不，别这样，让你灯姐再试一次。
So Songche has chosen to the shattering Prince Rupert's drop thing.
送去，送去！没事的啦，没事的啦，没事的。
为什么不明白呢？是你们滋养，是你们赋予我权，是你们对我予取予求，是你们忘记了。等。
Exactly how it should be.
辛苦了。 欢迎来到这边的世界。欢迎加入我的危机。啊，人类还真是麻烦呢，总想着不劳而获，为此不惜用自己的灵魂交易。 狼丘用一方世界承担了全能的诅咒，为了不劳而获，为了逃避痛苦，所谓的欺术偷换了概念，在泡沫中创造了一场持续100年的末日狂欢。 你瞧，多么简单而直白的欲望。贪图享乐，便让他们享乐；畏惧死亡，便不让他们死亡。但是很可惜，作为诅咒，影子的本质可是等价交换。在你们妄图无中生有的时候，泡沫破裂的种子就已经种下。 这颗种子，它吸收着你们的恐惧，品尝着你们的傲慢，忍受着你们的无知，等待着你们的破灭。然后，它当然要连本带利，收回一切。
It's just like the part 1.5 thing. It's the same concept. In like Vita and Saw oversaw the creation and destruction of bubble universes, and the one example that Shigeru Kira found, and the Sugars, not just her, found was the world where Star Rock was like created, was like kind of wished into existence as a form of fuel. It's exactly that. It's something from nothing. And then they ended up paying the price. The rupturing of their bubble world was inevitable because they were creating all of this energy from nothing. And so all of the energy had to return to nothing in the end. Is this not this idea?
100年前，这真是令人动情的一刻。不过很可惜，他们一人只为了自我满足，一人只为了弥补自己的过错。啊，这么说来，他们彼此对这份全能的渴望，倒也殊途同归。与虎谋皮的勇气，或许的确值得夸赞。
师傅他们才不是。
你还是别一厢情愿的陶醉于过去比较好，为我塑形的凡人。别忘了，你们的一切可都来自于我。如果不是我一时兴起回应了某个女人，你们早已是不值一提的坟中枯骨。要说你们当中有谁看穿了我的本质，还是非他们二人莫属。尽管其中的一人完全不清楚自己做到了这一点。
Lantern and Ajita.
从摆脱了阿杰塔的那一刻起，在这廊丘，我已经达到了字面意义上的无所不能。
难道说，气数逐渐陷于沉睡，也是因为？
不，那只是因为你们太弱了，仅此而已。大家虽然把廊丘打造成了自己的后花园。 却终究还是需要通过我来支配一切，而每经过一次危急，我的力量也都会更强大一分。既然如此，事情的结局究竟如何，还不够显而易见吗？你知道吗？和你一样，我发自内心的喜欢着这一切。 这是一次普通的危机，是琥珀街上我们最熟悉的人间烟火。通过等价交换，你们早就成为了我的奴隶，明白了吗？ 无论你们忙碌什么，最终都会向我支付代价。我即是规则。
是啊，规则是你本身，那么黄道的天罚也就为你量身定做。预定期数归于一法。
Oh shit. This is a really cool cinematic style.
我的合作者，你就把这个叫做天罚。
你好像搞错了什么呢？咱可是欺瞒之术，一类之疑，倒也不需假手他人。
面包没你的份儿！站住，小骗子！他。
咱记得，小时候咱可怕死了，就算加入了技术，也不过是想讨口饭吃。只是，怎么说呢？不对，你，咱刚才说过吧？这的确是为你量身定做。
Oh my god. What was that?
对不住了，决一，你好像也和咱一样怕死呢。
The story of Langqiu was about to come to an end. The loneliness spanning a century would finally draw to its own conclusion. But before that, as the embodiment of I Lambda, you should perhaps hear a conversation that belongs solely to this moment.
师傅，在灯姐和咱出发之前，咱可以单独。
当然，这里应当是个宋雀。
师傅，哎呀，真是的，师傅又何必重新整合起点？说来容易，毕竟师傅您自己。
天罚若是不中，
这可不对吧？如果当我们发现师傅口中的天，如果事情变成了这样，
宋雀，为师已下定决。如今，无论此番决战将……
师傅或许可以，咱廊丘的百姓，那些无法前往欧夏的普通人，
不必担心，宋雀。有100年的时，至于由你代表七术，亦使星之环残片一事，与你不同。不久，
师傅，万一呢？万一最后大家还是……大影子可不会干等着。
宋雀，
师傅，先前师傅没有舍得动手，可是，如果结局就像寻梦者看见的那样，除了咱和少数人之外，廊丘所有的生命都要被影子吃掉。师傅，师傅，不过咱现在已经没有那么害怕了。再说了，异类之疑终究也只是保险，而且，嘿嘿，
为师明白了，就
because she's an ordinary person.
依你所言，
It's because she lived among the normal people for so long. She sees herself as ordinary, so she values everyday life, like the completely meaningless, mundane moments.
自这一刻起，
这是七术的全部加深。
欲引七术，归于一法。有了这套假，我原本只想将这套送去，我以你我两片心之环的残余。
是，师傅，咱虽然那么怕死，
为师只是在想，不是因为你作为术的特性，而是因为你作为一个人。
啊？强韧？师傅，你这话咱可就听，好像连
不，或许，没什么。
好。对了，师傅，等咱圆满完成任务回来之后，你可要带咱驱逐了影灾之后，街上一定会举办前所未有的盛大庆典吧？
好。
真的吗？那还得加上。你看，第一次见面的时候，咱好像就说过，咱可是相当喜欢烟火气呢。
Today's landscape feels like a repeat of yesterday's. They can't alter their destiny any more than they can change who they are.
你要去哪里？
Is that it? For the main story? Wow. Okay, so we're still not done. I haven't missed anything really important, have I? Oh my god, I need to get these at least. The source prisms. I am so poor on those. I'll deal with those later. Okay. Well. Okay. Okay. I feel like we're still left on a cliffhanger, but I'm I'm so happy with the story so far, but I'm falling asleep. Hopefully I've recorded enough that when I wake up, I will still remember everything. So I'm gonna call it there. And yeah, I'm looking forwards to the next patch, let's say, because this chapter has been super strong. I think the thematic writing, the character writing has been extremely good. I want to see the result of everything. For sure. I want to see the aftermath, the consequences of the fight. I think that animation, I mean, it wasn't like a full-on animated short, but we had some 2D stuff. Which was really it was awesome. Like the fight between the the will of the shadow, let's say, perception, and the 7 Shus, at least the clones of them. It was cool. Honestly, a little bit messy, but part of that I will attribute to me watching it in game on ultra wide. So I will take a look at it on YouTube because I know the animation does exist on the official channel. So I'll take a look at it there. Yeah. Thanks to everyone who stopped by today. Bri, Rosie, who else? Marty, of course. Zom. Thanks to all of you for stopping by, and looking forward to the next chapter. All right. See you around. You can find links to everywhere else that I exist. Honkai Impact 3rd and Honkai Star Rail will always exist on YouTube, just to keep all of the content nicely grouped. You'll find the link in the description to my card landing page. It's im.zoecat.su, and everywhere else I exist, you'll find in there as well. Again, most of my games will live on Twitch, just Honkai franchise stuff staying on YouTube. And yeah, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next stream, whether that's on Twitch or on YouTube. Have a nice night or a day, whatever it happens to be for you.